Oh, thank God for that. I almost spilt my cup of tea there. Sorry. All right, it should be live now. I just started my live there and nearly spilt this all over my bloody equipment. That would have been a quite annoying, slightly inconvenient. All right, as always, if anybody could let me know if let me sit a little bit closer here, get this started. Pull this towards me without knocking everything over. Can anybody let me know if the microphone's working? As always, I would very much appreciate that. How's it going, Rory? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Welcome to you too. I know I scheduled this for 5:30, but I finished everything I needed to do, so I decided to just jump on it early. And it's weird because I set this stream up way earlier than I normally do because I scheduled it yesterday because I actually wanted to do it yesterday. I just couldn't because I was working and my head was just full of shite for talking. I had so much to say, so much to bring up. I considered just making a video, but I thought, you know what? I've got that much to cover that I won't really be able to do it all in one video. I might as well just do a live stream and just let it all kind of flow naturally. But as always, when I get to making the stream, my mind just kind of goes blank, if you know what I mean. So I'm gonna have to kind of remember all the shite that's been in my head the past few days, you know. Gene says Mike is good, zero problems. Well, that's good. That's good to know. I'm glad to hear it. Let me get a bloody comfortable position to sit because this couch is not very comfortable, especially when I have to sit up to get the microphone. As you can see, I'm kind of sat in a weird position. I've got to like lean forward and it hurts my back, you know. It's a pain in the arse. Shout out to Hawker Mustang. Good to see you, Hawker. God bless you, man, every time. It's great to see you. Sounds like you've got an interesting, if heterodox, I can't even read that. What does that mean? Heterodox perspective for us. What does that mean, heterodox? I'm a retard. I don't know what that word means. Hi, I'd say getting everything done in a day that you've scheduled for yourself is a solid day's work. Problem being at home though, or having distractions is that you start vegging and becoming like, yeah, absolutely. And I tell you one thing, that's not a problem for me right now. Right now, I actually can't sit about. I've got that much energy. I've always got to do something. It's like I don't know. It's the state of mind I'm in right now. I literally cannot sit and do nothing, and that never used to be the case. You guys know I used to be a lazy bastard, right? I used to be a right fat ass that could just sit on my arse till 5 in the morning playing Skyrim and accomplishing absolutely nothing. I can't do that now. See if I don't work. If I don't work, I've got to go to the gym or I've got to do something or I've got to go and accomplish something. Like if I'm not doing something, I just don't feel right. It's like my testosterone levels are too high right now. That's what it's like right now. I literally just can't stop. I can't even explain it. I really can't. Yeah. Usyk, right now at this point in time, and obviously boxing fans are fickle. You know, they change with the wind. But right now, at this point in time, Usyk is like public enemy number one in boxing. And I have a few theories as to why that is that we'll talk about through this live. And I know I've kind of spelled it out already in community posts and whatnot. But for me, it was inevitable. It was always going to happen. Like you know, that isn't that what I've called the title of the stream? I don't even remember. But yeah, it was inevitable that that was going to happen. You know, when you have a white conservative European champion, right, and he comes along and does what Usyk's done, you basically have to be a loser in order for a fighter like that to get any sort of credit or any sort of push from the mainstream normies. You know, you have to be a Dave Allen type. You know, you can't be like a record breaking winner. I mean, there is absolutely nothing that the boxing establishment hates more than people who break records. You know, that they never want you to break a record. It's always been that way. Heterodox, different from the mainstream. Oh, right, I see. So it's basically you have views and opinions that are different from like the conventional wisdom, basically. I get that. I never heard that word before. If I did, I don't remember it. Wish people could appreciate Rico and not hate Usyk. Your prediction was spot on. Exactly. I mean, you guys will know the second that fight got announced, right? I didn't know much about Rico Verhoeven because I don't follow kickboxing like that, right? But I googled Rico Verhoeven. I did a bit of research on the guy. I watched a few of his fights, and then I immediately made a community post saying this is going to be a tough fight. This is going to be an interesting fight, and I made a live stream shortly after that. And I said in the live stream, I think Rico is going to be a tougher fight for Usyk than Dubois. I think he's a tougher fight for Usyk than Anthony Joshua. I think he's a tougher fight for Usyk than Ajit Kabayel. And I was saying I would. There isn't anybody in like the top 30 at heavyweight right now, aside from Usyk, that I would confidently pick over Rico Verhoeven. This is what I said in the build up to the fight, right? Because it was pretty obvious to me based on what I could see. And this is why all you have to do, see if you're looking to predict a fight or get some idea of how a fight's going to go or how competitive it's going to be. Don't listen to normies, don't listen to the media, don't listen to commentators, don't look at the betting odds, right? But don't dwell on those too much, right? Because they're only about the official result. They don't tell the full story, right? Just look at the fight and look at the accolades that a person has. Rico Verhoeven had been undefeated for the past 10 years. Big man. What is he, like 6'6", right? About 265 pounds. Guy's an athletic freak, always in shape, always comes in ripped. He's physically strong. He, like a lot of kickboxers, and listen, I've sparred with kickboxers, I've trained with kickboxers. Like my best mate is a black belt kickboxer. So even though I don't follow kickboxing, I do know a lot about the dynamics between kickboxing and boxing and how often when kickboxers find that they're more coordinated with their hands. You see, because the thing about kickboxing is you have to be very, very well balanced, right? Kickboxers generally have better balance than boxers. And the reason for that is they basically have no choice but to establish long range, right? You have to learn how to fight at long range as a kickboxer. You have to learn how to use a front kick. You have to learn how to plant your feet with one foot and stay on balance while you're throwing a kick or moving your legs to avoid a kick and things like that. So you'll notice that a lot of kickboxers, one of the flaws that they have is they tend to punch from out of range a little bit too much. But what you'll find at the same time is they have much better balance while doing it. So to me, it's a situation like if you've ever sparred a kickboxer, somebody who comes from a kickboxing background, you'll know that boxers often struggle with that because they struggle to deal with the range, they struggle to deal with the superior balance. So it wasn't a big surprise to me that Rico Verhoeven, being who he is, being not, it's not just like they picked some random guy from the heavyweight kickboxing ranks from some minor league. It's not like they fought an Andrew Tate. Or no. They brought literally the best kickboxer, well, arguably the best kickboxer in the history of the heavyweight division, right? Not your average kickboxer, and a guy who is a genetic freak with a massive size advantage over Usyk, and a guy who's boxed before. Okay, let's not forget. Again, 5 minutes of research on Rico Verhoeven, which shows you a lot of these people, including people in the boxing media, didn't do any research on the guy. 5 minutes of research would have told you that this guy has trained and sparred with boxers nearly his whole life. Okay, he used to spar with Tyson Fury. Okay, a lot of people don't know that. He's boxed professionally before. I know he only had one fight, but still, it shows that he's done it. And again, he regularly trains boxing, right? Because again, that's something kickboxers do. When kickboxers spar and when kickboxers train, they don't just spar kickboxing rules. They often spar boxing as well. And that's because boxing is a big part of kickboxing, right? Being able to use your hands and rely on them is an important attribute to have in kickboxing. So if you take a guy from kickboxing who is ranked very high and put him in with a highly ranked boxer, that's not. It doesn't necessarily mean that the kickboxer isn't going to have a chance because he's in a different discipline. I mean, look at Nicky Holzken, for example, right? Another Dutch kickboxer, probably an even better fighter technically than Verhoeven. He's just not as freakish, right? He's not as powerful or as athletic as Verhoeven, but he's probably a better technical kickboxer, right? He gave Callum Smith one of his toughest fights when Callum Smith was in his prime. Go and look at that fight. They took a guy from kickboxing. I know he had a bit more boxing experience, professionally at least, than Verhoeven did. But going into that fight, everybody was saying, "Oh, Holskin was not experienced enough in boxing. He's a kickboxer. This is going to be a mismatch," and it wasn't a mismatch. Callum Smith almost lost that fight. It was very close. So and you see the same thing in MMA. There are so many kickboxers who go into MMA and dominate. So I feel like going into the fight, it was just a lack of education from a lot of people who were saying it was a mismatch. Everybody who was saying, "Oh, Usyk's going to knock him out in 5 rounds. It's going to be a mismatch." No idea these people had no idea what they were looking at. Which is why, as far as I'm concerned, the outrage after the fight, with it being competitive, because it was competitive, let's be honest. I know I exaggerated a little bit in my community post saying that it was a dominant performance. It wasn't dominant. I think it was a comfortable win for Usyk, and we'll talk about that as we go through this. It wasn't dominant. It was comfortable, right? But the fact it was even remotely competitive, the fact it went more than 5 rounds, and the fact that Rico arguably won some rounds is making people freak out and thinking, "Oh, Usyk is exposed. He's a fraud." Again, people are saying this without really thinking about the ramifications of it. Because if Usyk is a fraud, that means that the entire heavyweight division right now and the entire cruiserweight division is fraudulent. That means you could just take any bottom league kickboxer from either of those divisions, and they should dominate the sport of boxing, right? That's what that means logically. Instead of just seeing it for what it is you took one of the greatest, if not the greatest, heavyweight kickboxers of all time and put him in with a guy half his size who's 39 years old and who's probably didn't take the fight as seriously as he has for some of his other title challenges, right? And the fight was somewhat competitive, but it was still a comfortable and conclusive win for Usyk. He got the job done, and he got the job done by knockout. So again, it just highlights the reactionary nature of boxing fans, doesn't it? And again, as we go through this, and as I gather my thoughts, we'll go on what the real agenda is behind this. Usyk knew the guy would be way better than anyone realized. Yeah, of course. What I think Usyk did was he went outside of his sport to find a fight he could get up for, to find a worthy challenger. Because with everything that Usyk's done, again, he's 3-time undisputed champion, right? Record breaking. 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion. Made all the money he's ever going to possibly need in his life. Has beaten some of the biggest names in the sport in terms of like mass appeal anyway. Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury are 2 of the biggest names in boxing, right? Whatever you think of them, if you think they're overrated, whatever, it doesn't matter. They're 2 of the biggest names in boxing. And when Usyk beat them, it was as big a deal as anybody could imagine, right? Both of those fights had a lot on the line. Both of them were big stadium fights. Both of them were, there was hundreds of millions of dollars on the line. When he beat Dubois, for example, he was an up and comer. I'd still say to this day his biggest fight in terms of everything that was at stake was the Gassiev fight, right? The fight was in Russia. Both guys were undefeated, unified champions. There was so much emotion going into that fight. Both guys were undefeated. And that was, of course, his first time becoming undisputed. So if you look at all the accolades Usyk has, it's going to be very difficult, understandably so, for him to get up for a challenge, for him to find a fight that tickles his fancy. And obviously there was something about Rico Verhoeven. It was kind of like it was kind of like self-actualization, if that makes sense. You know, self-actualization. That's what it was like. Usyk wanted to. He felt like he'd conquered boxing. Now he wants to take on someone from another sport. Which again, I can see why people think it's a gimmick. But just like I said in my previous live stream where I was covering the fight, and like I said in the first community post, compared to your average gimmick fight, this is pretty crazy. You know, he's on some crazy win streak in kickboxing. He could cross over into MMA and boxing and be extremely dangerous. Well, put it this way, and I said this before the fight, right? If Rico were to compete in MMA, there is no MMA heavyweight right now who I would favor to beat Rico. If he came in that sort of shape and took it seriously, I wouldn't favor a single MMA heavyweight over him, not one. He would knock Francis Ngannou or someone like that out. I would even pick him over probably John Jones. I know he's past his prime, but any of those guys, I think Rico would take their head off because his head kicks are concussive, brutal, and he's got heart. Because we've seen him get seriously hurt in fights and come back to win, which is again to me is really impressive when you consider Usyk was able to break him the way he did, because no one else has been able to do that to Rico. Everybody else who has had Rico hurt or looked gassed, Rico has always got a second wind and he's come back and won. The fact that Usyk was able to systematically break him down and put a stop to him the way he did, practically having him wanting to quit, spitting out the mouthpiece. Like, who else has put Rico in that position? And that's what Usyk does. Usyk systematically figures out his opponents, walks them into traps, and discourages them and eventually just punches their lights out. That's what Usyk does. The guy's such a good tactician. And I feel like everything in regards to how he approached this fight was perfect from a tactical point of view, because Usyk came in a little bit heavier. I think he was at a career heaviest, if I'm not mistaken. And he didn't employ a lot of movement. Now, the commentators were bitching and moaning about that, saying Usyk's out of shape and Usyk's footwork is terrible in this fight. He's not moving like he normally moves. Again, completely ignoring the fact that he's fighting a guy who's taller, who's a kickboxer. Kickboxers are known for bouncing and using excessive movement. And Usyk is much older than he was in the days when he used to move around the ring and he used to move excessively. Like, if you look at the Gassiev fight, now Gassiev is about the same height as Usyk, or maybe a little bit shorter. He's a stocky powerhouse, a guy who loads up on hooks, a guy who likes to set his feet and boom, boom, double up with a hook to the head and body. And he'll basically tap, tap, bang. It's that Baz Rutten thing where he'll hit you high on the head, and he'll throw a couple of light uppercuts to the head, and then bam, 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 and he'll like take you out with body punches. Now, logic would dictate, if you're fighting a guy like that, you want to move. You want to move, and you want to stick the jab, and you want to fight with a rhythm. And that's how Usyk fought in that fight. It was excessive movement. And let's not forget, Usyk was a lot younger back then. That was him in his early 30s, right? And he just kept the fight at long range all night and just peppered him with the jab and didn't let him reset. Now, you cannot fight like that against a guy who's taller than you, who's a kickboxer, who's more sporadic, who also fights in a very, very particular rhythm, right? If you look at the way that Verhoeven fights, right, in his kickboxing fights, he keeps you at bay with the front kick and the jab, and he'll bounce like all kickboxers do, and he'll keep you occupied with punches, and then he'll put your lights out with like a rear head kick or something. Now, when he's in boxing, obviously he can't use the kick, so instead he does what Derek Chisora did to Usyk, and I suspect he probably watched that fight, right? Rico actually got his tactics pretty spot on as well. They just didn't work out. So Rico would be on the outside moving, flicking the jab and all that. And then instead of throwing his head kick, he would just charge at Usyk, charge in head first, and then try to use his size to back Usyk up to the ropes. Now, had Usyk tried to fight the way he did against Gassiev, he wouldn't have won, because he would have knackered his 39-year-old legs out, and the bigger man would have just eventually capitalized on that movement. So what Usyk did instead, and in my opinion, this was a tactical decision from Usyk. He came into the ring heavier. He planted his feet. He employed a high guard, and he threw limp punches. Right, so he allowed he basically allowed Rico to do all the work. He allowed Rico to throw a lot of shots on the outside and have a high volume and move around, and he just held the center of the ring and looked at him. In a way, it was similar to Sven Ottke when he fought Anthony Mundine. Very, very similar performance. Again, Sven Ottke knew he couldn't match Anthony Mundine for like lateral movement and hand speed and all that. So he just kept a high guard, planted his feet, and looked at him, right, and faced him, and basically let Mundine tire himself out with movement. And that's what Usyk did against Verhoeven. And you'll notice that from early rounds of the fight, because Verhoeven does that when he decides to charge forward like Derek Chisora, he comes forward with his guard like this. Usyk was throwing lead uppercuts. So Usyk would throw like a hook to the body with his lead hand, and then he would turn it into an uppercut, from the southpaw stance. That's something Manny Pacquiao did when he was fighting pressure fighters, right? Usyk did that all night. And that was why, if you look at the 11th round, Verhoeven had practically nothing left. He was gun shy in the 11th round because he took so many stiff uppercuts and hooks on the way in. And you don't notice it at first because Usyk is much smaller than Verhoeven, right? Obviously, when you've got a guy with a big weight advantage like that, a big size advantage, sometimes the punches don't look very flashy, but they all accumulate. Verhoeven was getting hit with uppercuts in every single fight. Verhoeven, when he tried to do that Derek Chisora stuff, smother him in the inside, Usyk would walk him into a shot. Sometimes he'd walk him into two shots. Now, the commentators and this is in my opinion, why everybody's saying it was a robbery. The commentators completely ignored those uppercuts on the inside. They completely ignored those counter hooks. They completely ignored when Verhoeven would charge forward and try to like rough Usyk up with clubbing shots. They completely ignored that those shots weren't even landing, and he was getting hit on the way in. Like look at how many like backup left hooks Usyk lands. Look at how many lead uppercuts that he lands on the way in. That was the punch he dropped him with. And in my opinion, like I say, it was because there was so much of an accumulative effect that Rico just capitulated in the end. He couldn't handle it. And in my personal opinion, the referee actually saved Rico from a devastating knockout. Like he was about to get slept at the end of that 11th, which is why he spat his mouthpiece out multiple times during the fight. He couldn't keep it in, and it was the uppercut that seemed to knock the mouthpiece out. But in that 11th round, he was looking for every break he could get, and then the referee gave him extra time to recover, let the fight continue with only seconds left. Usyk started pasting him, has him in the corner, and just starts battering him. It was like the way he opened up on Fury in the 9th round, except Rico wasn't as hurt as Fury was. It's just that Fury has much better recovery rate than Rico and much better survival instincts. Even though Rico was in better shape, ironically, it's like, for me, Rico was defenseless. And even if he'd managed to make it out the 11th round, which without the intervention of the referee, I don't think he would have, Usyk was going to paste him in that 12th round because Usyk had him completely timed, completely under control. He knew exactly what to do. And this is what pisses me off about commentary in boxing, is how they don't talk about tactics. They don't talk about fighters playing the long game, and they don't tell you what it is that fighters are doing that lead to that moment. Like, so if a fighter's winning a fight or having success in a fight and they end up getting knocked out, commentators will often act as if the knockout, they'll say shit like, oh, a punch from the gods, like they did with Povetkin, right? That's the nonsense that they talk. They'll say, oh, a punch came out of nowhere. Oh, the tide has turned. No, the tide doesn't turn. You have to physically turn the tide. Again, the reason why Dillian White got knocked out by Povetkin, for example, was because Povetkin set it up with body punches and feints and timed him and maneuvered him to exactly where he wanted him to be, had him watching for the body shot and not watching for the lead uppercut to the head. Usyk, he basically allowed Rico to tire himself out with excessive movement and allowed Rico to have his way on the inside, in the sense that Usyk deliberately on the inside, because he couldn't do what he did against Fury and basically jostle for position inside, because Rico was a lot stronger than Fury and in a lot better shape. he kind of went limp on the inside, if that makes sense, and let Rico throw him about a bit, just wasting his energy, not being effective at all, but catching him on the way in, making him pay for it and making him work for it. So by the end, Rico's tactics went completely out the window, because if you see right before the knockout, Rico's walking forward like this, just trying to land something. Because and the ironic thing, I know they're calling it a robbery now, but if you go and listen to the corner, listen to Peter Fury in the corner. What was he saying to Rico before that 11th round? He's like, "You switched off. You need this round." He's like, "Oh, you were winning that last round, but you gave it away." Because remember, in round 10, Rico had a great start to the round, but then at the end of the round, Usyk put a beating on him, and Rico was all busted up, and Peter Fury was telling him, "You need these last two rounds." They knew they were losing the fight. Just like I said, I gave the first 6 rounds to Usyk. You could argue round 6; it was very close, but I gave them to Usyk, right? I gave round 8 and 9 to Rico, and then round 10 was close. Rico was winning it, but then Usyk stunned him badly at the end of the 10th round and took that round. Right, for me, Peter Fury in real time wasn't telling Rico he was winning. No, he was telling Rico, "You need these rounds. You're gonna." Basically, they seemed to think he was losing. Usyk's corner were totally calm. They knew he was winning. But the reason people think otherwise is 100% because of the commentators. And this is why I get pissed off, because this is the only reason these normies are calling this fight a robbery, is because of the commentators. It has nothing to do with what actually took place in the ring, you know? Yeah, and Peter Fury was his coach. And not only that, but he's been his coach for a long time. Like, Rico knows the Furies very well. He used to train with Tyson Fury, used to spar with him. And the guy has been around boxing his entire life. All right. Most kickboxers spar boxing occasionally. Most of them study boxing. Okay, most of them know exactly what they're doing in a boxing ring. Right? You won't find a single kickboxer on the planet who's a decent level competitive kickboxer who doesn't know how to punch. You won't find one. So I'm seeing comments everywhere saying Usyk struggled with a kickboxer. Listen, Muhammad Ali would lose to the vast majority of modern heavyweight kickboxers, and probably even kickboxers of his era, truth be told. I mean, he got his ass kicked by a wrestler who was only allowed to lie on the floor and kick him in the leg. Let's not forget that. You know, Dave Allen last fight was pathetic. People sympathize with him because they see themselves in him. Someone who admits to not being good but doesn't want to. Dave Allen, look, what did I say earlier, right? See, if you're a white man, they will only support you if you're a loser, right? They will only support a white man if, a white European Christian, if he is no threat to the establishment, if he loses to every black fighter or every establishment hype job that he faces, right? If he constantly portrays himself as lazy, as lacking in testosterone, lacking in motivation, lacking in drive to accomplish anything, lacking in sort of national spirit, lacking in any form of spirituality. If you're just an alcoholic loser, like Homer Simpson type, then they're okay with you being white. But see, if you're someone like Usyk, or let's say someone like Josh Taylor, or someone like that, someone who goes out there and breaks records and does shit that no one else from your country is doing, that's when they don't like you. When conversations arise about your place in the history of the sport compared to some of the legends from the past, that's when they start hating on you. That's when they want to get rid of you. That's when they want to discredit everything you do, right? So a guy like Dave Allen, nobody's going to be out there saying Dave Allen's an all-time great heavyweight who has a resume that can rival Muhammad Ali. Nobody's ever going to say that about Dave Allen, are they? Ironically, he would probably knock Muhammad Ali out prime for prime, but we're talking about all-time great status here. A guy like Dave Allen's never going to be in that conversation, is he? So the fans will get behind him and they'll say, "Go on, Dave," and they'll buy tickets to his fights and they'll kiss his ass at every turn. But a guy like Usyk, a winner, an alpha male, a guy who goes out there and bitch slaps all these black guys and bitch slaps all these cokehead Brits and all these hype job Americans, and even fellow European badasses like like himself, guys like Gassiev and whatnot. A guy who's going out there and breaking records every time he fights. He's accomplishing something new, something you've never seen before. That pisses off the establishment. It pisses off the normies. It pisses off the boomers. It pisses off these people because, again, they want the Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson like fanboy myth to still be there. They want this myth that the legends of the past in boxing can never be outdone to prevail, but it's not going to prevail when you have guys like Usyk. So they've turned on Usyk. They were tolerating Usyk for a while, when he was getting rid of guys like Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury became popular to hate on, right? Because Tyson Fury was in a similar situation, big guy, white guy, Christian, beating the piss out of some black hype jobs, really, really establishing himself in the history of this. But as soon as people started talking about Fury in all-time great terminology, that's when people turned on him conveniently, right? And then, he struggled with an MMA fighter. They try to use that to discredit him, and him losing to Usyk, try to use that to discredit him, even though Usyk, as we know now, is an established all-time great in his own right. But now Usyk is in that same situation because he's surpassed Tyson Fury. He's accomplished more than Tyson Fury ever did. So the same people who hated on Tyson Fury and were never going to give him the time of day, I've now jumped on the Usyk hate bandwagon. It's a vicious cycle. Usyk has MMA fans hating. He's got a lot of haters from the UK because he cleaned out their heavyweight division. Still upset about that. Yeah. He beat up the African. Let me not even go there. I guess he beat up Tyson Fury as well. So yeah, he completely and utterly bitch slapped the UK heavyweight and cruiserweight establishment, didn't he? Started with Tony Bellew, ended with Fury. Or Dubois, but he beat Dubois before he beat Fury and originally, didn't he? Commentators lie because the business is so far apart. They want to make us a story, and it's not Big of Stone. It's not his fault. Sorry, it's not that big of a stone. Not his fault. Sam's for, and I believe you would have finished. No, he would by round 12. I'm assuming there's some autocorrect there in that comment. I'm assuming you're typing on a phone, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I think he would have finished him in round 12, and I think the commentators think that too. But again, and this is why I'm disappointed in guys like Barry Jones, right, who used to be a good commentator. Just unplug my charger. They were watching the fight, right? And there's moments in the fight where Rico charges at Usyk. Usyk goes bam, bam, and hits him with a two-piece. Or bam, bam, hits him with two hooks and then a body shot. Usyk was landing shots like that the whole night. And they weren't even mentioning it. They were talking about like the right hand Rico landed like 30 seconds earlier, which was just a clubbing shot that barely landed. Things like that, right? When they were showing the highlights, they barely showed anything from Usyk. Like, it was clear to me that the broadcasters were doing everything they could to pour cold water on Usyk's performance and make light of what Usyk was doing and make it seem like he just got lucky. Usyk didn't get lucky. It was a tactical masterclass. Like, his tactics were spot on. Again, I know people are talking about, he didn't move that well, his footwork, and he's 39 years old. See, when you get to 39 years old, see how much quicker your feet are compared to how quick they were at 30. It's night and day. And he had to plant his feet and allow the bigger guy to tire himself out. Okay, look at the first Fury fight. It was a similar situation in that regard. He let Fury, who was the bigger, taller man, he let him tire himself out while he planted his feet and didn't waste his energy with excessive movement. People always say that, but it does not equate. It does not equate. Always, if you're a boxer, kickboxer, it does not equate to use the bag much. Well, look, my point is kickboxers can punch. Even if you're not the best, make the best out of what you got. That's how you get respect. Exactly. Coming in shape. If you get an opportunity to fight, at least turn up in shape. At least train. Dave Allen doesn't do that. Dave Allen's not a winner. Dave Allen's a low testosterone, KFC munching bum who just happens to have a good chin and a bit of natural talent, who gets opportunities he doesn't deserve. Pisses me off, Even kickboxers throw 80% punches to 20% kicks. Yeah, they throw punches more than kicks because it's easier to throw a punch than a kick. So if you put them in a situation where all they can do is punch, they're probably going to appreciate that they don't have to watch for head kicks constantly. It's not a hindrance really for a kickboxer. It's different if you take an MMA guy who's a wrestler and take away his ability to wrestle. That's different because that's his bread and butter. But a kickboxer, his punches are more his bread and butter than his kicks, in most cases. Usyk would have looked amazing versus Andrew Tate. Yeah. Usyk would knock Andrew Tate out in like 30 seconds. I'm not, probably even less. Even before I saw the fight, the Sunday afterwards, something just didn't sit right in my stomach when it came to the backlash. I felt overblown and pretty disgusting. That's because you have common sense. Like you guys that are watching my channel, we have common sense. We have the ability to discern bullshit from reality, right? It was the same situation with the Taylor Catterall fight. Perfectly fair decision, perfectly clear win for Josh Taylor. Everybody bitched and moaned and cried. And the reason why had nothing to do with what actually happened in the ring. It wasn't because they thought Catterall won. No, it was because the commentators told them he won. It was literally all about the commentators. That's all it was, right? It wasn't about anything that actually took place in the ring. Now, when they're saying Usyk got a robbery, Verhoeven was robbed, the only reason they're saying that is because the commentators told them that. Rico didn't do anything in that ring, and Usyk didn't not do anything that would lead you to the conclusion that it was a robbery or that there was corruption. There was no corruption in the fight. Literally no corruption. People are just saying that. You had a British referee who had no stake whatsoever. He was just doing his job, And even if he made a mistake, it was not to the benefit of Usyk. At least not deliberately. I think if Usyk retires and Rico sticks around boxing, works his way up, he'll be very competitive. He could be, and he would have to be fast tracked because he is getting on about it. He's late 30s and he's had a very, very long, hard career in kickboxing. But I wouldn't mind seeing him compete. I wouldn't mind seeing him continue at all. Most people said that it would be a mismatch. Didn't know who the guy was. Yeah, mate. The people who said it was a mismatch never watched him. The people who said it was a mismatch didn't take the time to research who Rico Verhoeven was, watch his fights, study his history, learn his history in boxing, the fact that the guy had boxed his entire life, had sparred with world-class boxers, world-class heavyweights, guys like the Furies, right? Had been around boxing for a long time, had boxed professionally before. These guys didn't even consider all this. They're just like, oh, he's a kickboxer, so he's not good. As if being a kickboxer means you can't box. Have you any idea how many kickboxers have started with kickboxing and have transitioned over to boxing and have done very well? Alexander Povetkin is a kickboxer, and he became, my opinion, one of the best heavyweights of all time. One of the greatest heavyweight amateurs and pros, They took Rico, who's an establishment kickboxer. It's not like they took Andrew Tate. Yeah, it's not like they took some bum from kickboxing. They literally took the greatest kickboxer in the heavyweight division. A guy with a significant size advantage, That crib's kind of tough, my guy. Why? What's wrong with it? Is it because I've got a bag of potatoes sitting behind me? Is that what's wrong with it, eh? It looked to me like Usyk was sandbagging at times so frequently. He was caught just standing in front of him. Well, that's because, I explained that earlier. That's because he's letting Rico do the work. It's a tactical reason. I mean, it's a tactical choice. Usyk's 39 years old. You can't fight at 39 years old like you could at 25. You can't use all that excessive movement and dancing around and constant volume. Usyk can't do that at this stage of his career, I think Usyk wanted a change and wanted to do something he wanted to do. Dubois, being Dubois, spoiled it after Fury 2, yeah. Like, it would have been interesting to see him fight Fabio Wardley. That's another fight I wanted to talk about, Fabio Wardley. Now, I was confidently picking Fabio Wardley to beat Dubois going into that fight. Obviously, that ended up wrong. But I think if you watch that fight, you can see why I picked Fabio Wardley. He had all the physical tools to win that fight. He was much tougher, much fitter. He dropped Dubois multiple times, had Dubois taking a knee. He should have won that fight. Tactically, he just fought like an idiot. He stood right in front of him and swung away like a madman instead of using tactics like he had in previous fight. I still think Inoue should be pound for pound number one. I've still got Usyk ahead of Inoue. Like, don't get me wrong, I rate Inoue, but I have him number two after Usyk. I think both guys are on the slide now. They'd have to be, based on what we've seen. But I think Usyk is definitely, for me, pound for pound number one still. I was telling people before the fight, this guy could be more dangerous than Wilder is right now. Yeah, I would pick Rico over Wilder. I would pick Rico over Wilder in his prime. I would have said that before the fight, you know. Usyk's a terrible cherry picker. He just cherry picked a high risk, low reward. Well, it's not. I don't think it's a cherry pick at all. I think it was. Put it this way: if Usyk were to fight Ajit Kabayel next, I would be almost 100% certain that Rico is a tougher fight than Kabayel. I'm almost 100% certain about that. Congrats to Strickland on beating Chimaev. That was a massive upset. Massive upset. A good fight too. Really close fight, but yeah, massive upset. And the press conference before it was funny too, wasn't it? You have the reactionary audience saying Dubois is the bravest fighter right now due to him beating Wardley, without realizing Dubois will probably quit again against a smart fighter. Mate, he almost quit against Wardley. He took two knees against him because he was getting hit. Now, if that was again a smart fighter, someone like Usyk, who knew, if you're fighting a guy like Dubois, punch with him, because while Dubois is throwing punches, he's defenseless. Just hit him in the head and he'll take a knee if he's got no other way out because he don't have no defense. Wardley usually is able to measure the distance with his lead hand and find a home for his rear hand, right? He does that a lot, but he fought like an idiot. Stupid performance from Wardley, in my opinion, and it was a career-ending beating. He'll never be the same after that. It's a shame because him versus Usyk would have been a better fight. I think that would have been a more competitive fight. I think stylistically, Wardley had the best chance of beating Usyk compared to all the other heavyweight contenders, but he fought Dubois, who's a puncher, and fought like a fighter instead of fighting like a tactician, you know. People have been crying about Sean Strickland victory for the last 3 weeks. Yeah, and you know why? You just said it here. Is because he's a white conservative. Absolutely, that's why they hate Sean Strickland. He's changing things, you know. Sean Strickland is the champion that the UFC didn't want, but the champion the fans wanted. Not in the sense he won't sell tickets because he does, because of what he says. Yeah, because he's right wing and a Christian. You can't have that, can you? Otherwise, the conservative. I mean the establishment will go off their head, won't they? They should insert full VADA testing if they do the rematch so Rico can't cheat. I think they should do away with all testing. I would like to see the guys at their full potential. Call it the enhanced, like the enhanced games. Call it the enhanced boxing or something. MMA fans are pathetic. Don't listen to them for the most part when boxing's brought in a conversation. Their hatred clouds their judgment. It's embarrassing. Do you know, I've listened to MMA guys, people like Joe Rogan try to talk about boxing, and it's honestly embarrassing, the nonsense that they talk. But boxing fans are no better. Let's be honest. Boxing fans are dumbest people on the planet. Usyk was waiting for the huge kickboxer to gas out. It didn't happen until the 10th round. I was getting worried too, yeah. Well, I didn't watch it live because I was working, but I watched it afterwards, having known the result. And the thing that just pissed me off was the commentary, because they were just lying. They're literally just flat out lying. The commentators were just ignoring all of Usyk's punches, pretty much, ignoring his tactics, ignoring what was actually going on in the ring, and just talking about vibes and just talking about, Hoven, nobody expected this. He might pull off the upset. Ooh. And then afterwards started calling it a robbery, despite the fact, at best, like, if you're being very, very generous to Verhoeven, you could give him 3 rounds. If you gave him more than 3 rounds, you don't know what you're looking at. It is what it is. Usyk's movement isn't the same. He's 39. He'll lose to someone he would have beat a few years ago if he keeps going. All the best fighters lose eventually if they keep fighting. Right now, I don't think Kabayel is going to be the guy to beat him. He could be, but I don't think so. But somebody will beat Usyk if he keeps fighting, especially since he's not a big heavyweight. There's a lot of heavyweights bigger than him, so that's going to take a lot out of him fighting bigger guys. You know, when you fight bigger guys, eventually you lose. Usyk was finding home for the uppercut and landing it at will. He was open for it. Usyk ain't no feather-fisted fighter. He's got power, and the uppercuts were landing where beauty. Yeah, he hurt. He hurt Verhoeven several times with the uppercuts, knocked his gum shield out and everything. Look, I think 3 times in the fight or something, Verhoeven spat his gum shield out because he was getting hit and he was getting hurt. The commentators completely ignored it. We don't know if Usyk's movement isn't what it used to be. It was purely down to the erratic behavior of Rico. Again, I do think I do at the same time, I do think his movement isn't what it used to be because he's older now, so that's naturally going to happen. He's older and heavier, right? But at the same time, I think the lack of movement in this particular fight was a tactical move by Usyk. It was a tactical move to conserve energy, hold the center of the ring. Again, it was like Sven Otke against Anthony Mundine, similar performance, which ended in a knockout, right? He was allowing Rico to be erratic, to waste energy and to wear himself out, you know? How's it going, man? God bless you. Unconventional fighters tend to cause a lot of issues for boxers who fight by the textbook. Yeah, and that's why Derek Chisora was such a problem for Usyk, because his unconventional nature, right? Derek Chisora doesn't follow the rules of boxing. He goes in there and looks to mug you, right? That's always going to be a problem for a textbook boxer because they don't traditionally train for that and they haven't seen it a lot in their amateur days, you know? Exactly. I watched the highlights. I saw that Usyk had plenty enough energy to stop Rico. I knew that if the fight continued, Usyk would have put him away. Yeah, easily, in my opinion. Like, Rico would not have made it out of the 12. And had it been, had the action been allowed to continue, had he not spit out the mouthpiece, Rico would have been stopped in the 11th without the help of the referee, you know? Rico would just charge headfirst into Usyk, land nothing significant. Commentators would start screaming, creaming their pants anytime Rico would charge in doing nothing. Yeah, he would charge in and go, ooh, 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 you know, big like clubbing, like missing shots that were hitting the guard or hitting nothing. And Usyk would catch him on the way in with like a 3-punch combination. They'd be going crazy over Rico's charge, ineffective charge, but they wouldn't be talking nothing about Usyk's performance or the punches he was landing, you know. Rico was doing the Rocky Marciano without any technique at the yeah, he was. Yeah, Rico was going forward like that and just loading up on shots and walked boom right onto the uppercut. I've been there recently. I'll talk about that later. Had Usyk up 2 at the end of round 10. Yeah, I gave Usyk the first 6 rounds, right? After round 6, I gave round 7 and 8 to Rico. I think round 9 was very, very close. I forget who I gave that round to. I've watched the fight twice now. I forget who I gave that round to. It might have been Rico. But round 10, Rico started the round well. But I think towards the end of the round, Usyk completely took over and he hurt Rico badly at the end of round 10. And I think he just took that round. So I had it, how many? So 6 rounds. And then round 10, so that's 7 rounds already to Usyk, and then arguably 3 rounds to Rico, and then going into round 11, Usyk just dominated round 11 and stopped Rico. So it was a pretty conclusive victory. I had Usyk several rounds up in either case, you know. Rico in round 11 looked like a man drowning in a lake. Yeah, he was hurt. Yeah, he was a little bit gassed, but he was also hurt from all the punches he'd taken. And he was done, you know. Povetkin knocks out Mike Tyson. I think Povetkin knocks him out late. People keep forgetting that the greatest Muhammad Ali got outboxed by little Joe Frazier when he was past his prime at 29 years old. Usyk is fighting giant monsters and still undefeated at 39. Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. Just the double standards are shocking. Like Ali's considered past his prime at 29 when he fought into his late 30s, still at world level. Usyk's 39 now and is undisputed lineal champion, and has accomplished that 3 times. I mean, come on, man. The two don't even compare. Usyk is leagues above Ali. Usyk is elite by comparison. Usually putting ads on live. Yeah, they do that now, mate. The ads are ridiculous, aren't they? And now the usual suspects are so quick to hate on Usyk. Now the system, yeah. I know, man. Yeah, but again, his idiot fans will buy his fights even though he's got no chance and he's not even going to try or come in shape, you know? Boxing just loves a game loser, not a winner, you know? As long as, if it's a white guy anyway, he has to be a game loser. You know, he has to lose to a black guy. And then that black guy's or that white guy's entire career needs to be used to prop up that black guy, basically, you know? Showbiz was saying if Usyk was struggling with Rico, imagine what Ali and Holyfield had done to Usyk. Mate, Rico would beat Ali and Holyfield on the same night. This is the same Holyfield that couldn't beat James Toney, who got knocked out by James Toney. That's that Holyfield. The same Holyfield who lost and went life and death with John Ruiz. John Ruiz, who then got battered by Nikolai Valuev. Yeah. Great, man. Really. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they'll hit you. Yeah. Norman Osborn to Usyk. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one. If Usyk can beat Caballero, I just hope he retires on it and lets the Wakanda crowd cope and see. Yeah, because the Wakanda crowd wanted it to be Anthony Joshua and Wilder to be the undisputed. They wanted it to be like the golden era. You know what they mean by golden era? What they mean by golden era is the black guy is a champion. That's what they mean by golden era. You know, because when it's Rocky Marciano, right? If you look at through boxing history, you'll notice a pattern, right? So you have the Jack Johnson era. Oh, Jack Johnson, he was this badass. He beat all these guys, right? You know, you ask anybody who did Jack Johnson fight. Oh, he beat he beat all these crazy, amazing fighters, you know, these legends like Sam Langford and whatnot. And, you know, he battered them. He beat their heads in, kicked their asses. He was so hard. Everybody he fought was like elite. That whole era of boxing was like the hardest, baddest era ever. And then it goes on to like the Joe Louis era. Oh, Joe Louis, man. Joe Louis, 25 defenses, has so many knockouts, you know, blew everybody away. He beat this guy and that guy. You know, he beat the great Primo Carnera. He beat the great Jim Braddock. All of his fights were totally real. Everybody he fought was in their absolute prime. He was a badass. He was so good, right? Then you go on to the Rocky Marciano era. Oh, well, you know, Rocky Marciano, there just wasn't, the competition just wasn't there. You know, nobody was that. Yeah, he was a good fighter, Rocky, you know, big puncher, tough guy. But, you know, all the guys he fought were old men. You know, the division was just weak. It just wasn't there. The competition just wasn't there. It wasn't his fault. You know, he just didn't have the challengers. There was nobody to really challenge him. So, yeah, he really just went unchallenged. It is what it is. Just forget about it, right? And you move on to, like, the Muhammad Ali, Sonny Liston. Oh, man. Everybody there, it was the murderer's row, right? Everybody was just a killer. Everybody was so hard. Everybody was so strong. Everybody was in their prime. Everybody was just a legend, right? You know, Joe Frazier, Ken Norton, all these, George Foreman. They were all just absolute badasses. Nobody from today could compete with them. They were so good. Oh, they were so amazing, man. So good. So then you have the Mike Tyson era, say Vanderholt. Oh, everybody. You got Holyfield. You got Vaughn Bean. You got John Ruiz. Oh, these guys were such badasses, right? These guys were so good. They smashed everybody. Everybody they fought was great. And you've got the Klitschko era, right? Oh, well, you know, the era was just weak. The challengers just weren't there. You know, you had the Klitschko's and everybody was garbage. You know, everybody was past their prime. It was just like Rocky Marciano's era, you know, just weak. There wasn't anybody there. You know, there wasn't really any challengers. They were all old men. You know, they were all out of shape. Everybody was short. Everybody was, you know, wasn't really an athlete. The competition just wasn't, even though there was like numerous Olympians and like record-breaking athletes competing in the division at that time. And some of the biggest, heaviest, like hardest punchers you've ever seen. They were all garbage. That era was just weak. They just didn't have the challengers, right? There was nobody there. Let's just forget about it. So then Klitschko loses, Tyson Fury retires, and goes on a bender. And then you got Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder. It's the golden era. It's the golden era of boxing. Everything is so great. Everybody's in such great shape. Everybody's in their prime. They've all got six packs and shit. They're all so powerful. You've got Dillian White. You've got Jarrell Miller. You've got Andy Ruiz. You've got Dave Allen. The heavyweight division is booming now. Klitschko era was garbage. Even though there are guys in the late 30s and early 40s, guys like Kubrat Pulev and whatnot, and Povetkin from the Klitschko era, who are top, 5 contenders right now and title holders. Those guys are beating some of the top guys from this era. But the Klitschko era was weak, Even though guys that were knocked out by Vladimir Klitschko when they were in their prime and he was nearly 40 are still competing. This era is a golden era, right? It's amazing. It's so great. These guys are all so hard. They're all so badass. It's the greatest era of heavyweight boxing we've ever seen. Wilder is the biggest puncher in the history of boxing and the baddest man on the planet. Anthony Joshua is so good that no one can even go 3 rounds with him. He's that amazing. He's Superman essentially. He's so sexy. Look at his six pack. It's so great, man. This is the golden era of boxing. Tyson Fury comes along, smashes Wilder. Usyk comes along, smashes AJ. Then that culminates and we get the Usyk era. The heavyweight division now is just weak. There's nothing going on. It's also weak. It's just big clunky heavyweights. All these guys, they were all just hype jobs. They're all slow. They weren't as good as Muhammad Ali. They weren't as good as Joe Louis. They weren't as good as Holyfield. They weren't as good as Von Bean or John Ruiz or any of the legends from the past. There's just no competition out there. Usyk's good. He's a good fighter, but he's not. He's just not that good. He struggled with a kickboxer. It's just a weak era. I'm starting to see a pattern here. That might be just like the most insane schizo ramble I've ever gone on in the history of this channel, but I don't know about you guys. I'm starting to notice a pattern that there's something about these eras of boxing that stands out to me. Can you guys see what it is? Can you see what the pattern is? What the standard is for what's good or for what's a good era and what's not? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Legend of the past and still legends. Some more underrated or overrated than most. We should respect them for what they did for their time. But time move on and things evolve with more knowledge. Absolutely. That's the most nuanced and most responsible, mature take on it, on that particular topic I've ever heard. You summed it up there perfectly. The only time I've ever supported a foreigner over a British fighter is when Usyk was beating up Dubois and Fury and AJ. Well, at the end of the day, Usyk is more British than Dubois or AJ. I mean, you ask Dubois or AJ, where their loyalties lie, they'll tell you Africa, even though they don't want to live in Africa because it's a shithole. Because why would anybody, right? but they're happy to fly the flag and spend British money while telling you don't shop in their shops, innit? I've got more in common with Usyk, not only ethnically, but I'm a Christian too, and Usyk's just humble, and he seems to have more respect for the British public than those guys. So yeah, I'd take Usyk over them any day. And by the way, you can include Fury in that as well, because Fury's just an asshole, isn't he? He's just a dickhead and a cokehead and a bit of a baby. He's a big baby, Fury. So I don't really like him very much, but I'd root for Usyk over any of them. Generally, I do root for British fighters, though. Generally, in most cases. Have you heard about Mike Coppinger saying that guy? No, Mike Coppinger. That guy's a DEI plant. No way would he be doing unofficial scorecards. I've heard of him, but I don't know that much about him, to be honest, other than that he's a boxing commentator or scorer. That's about it. Fury looked good against Makhmudov, schooling him. Yet boxing fans say he was never great. Makhmudov would school prime Cassius. Mate, Makhmudov would knock Cassius Clay out in the first round. He's far too big and too powerful. he would smash him. It wouldn't even be competitive, you know. It's a shame, like the likes of Glenn McCrory aren't on commentary now. He was in trouble around 2021 apparently for assaulting a waitress. Turned out to be BS. Nearly lost Everton due to it. Yeah, Glenn McCrory was by far my favorite commentator. Like when he used to commentate on Sky, he was the only guy there who told it like it is. No one else in Sky did, just him. You know, I preferred him to Jim Watt, for example, and all those other ones like Ian Dark and whatnot. He was awful. Usyk is still the GOAT, but yeah, in this era, no heavyweight comes close to Usyk. In the golden era, you know. Wasn't there a rule implemented before where a kickboxer was supposed to throw at least 3.3 kicks per round? Was there? I don't know. Maybe there was. I don't know. I've not heard about that though. Wish we got Crawford versus Josh Taylor. Yeah, it's a shame. That fight should have happened, man. Taylor would have battered him. I don't care what anyone says. Like Taylor in his prime, when he was actually training and before he was on gear and all that, but before he was showing up to bouncers and calling them gay cunts and all that and getting coked up and stuff and basically becoming a high functioning alcoholic with an eating disorder. Like before then, Taylor would have beaten Crawford. He would have battered him, probably stopped him, in my opinion. Apparently Turkey wants Usyk to lose. Usyk, Cutman said in the changing room, stunk badly, and the room was making everyone. So did he try to drug him? Did Turkey try to use nerve gas or something to like do him in? That's crazy. Usyk needs to get away from that weirdo. He does. Taylor Catterall one was a garbage fight, boring, messy. Don't see why many were offended by it. Wasn't like if Cobb got a decision over Holmes after a 15-round beat. Yeah, I know. It was well overblown. It was a perfectly fair decision anyway. Taylor won that fight, fair and square. Yeah, exactly. Dillian White was a kickboxer. So Anthony Joshua struggling with Dillian White. Oh, well, he struggled with a kickboxer, so he must be a bum, right? Crazy. Yeah, Carl Thompson, Vitaly Klitschko started off in kickboxing. Again, Povetkin started off in kickboxing. Ricky Hatton started off in kickboxing. A lot of fighters started off in kickboxing. A lot of boxers have traditional martial arts backgrounds, you know? Hi, God bless you, man. Good to see you. There's a lot more data about Ajit than Rico in pure boxing terms. I think Usyk should do good against Ajit. I don't want him to use triangular. I think Ajit Cabello has a similar sort of frame and similar sort of style too to someone like Gassiev. And I think that's an easy fight for Usyk stylistically. The only way Cabello wins that fight is if Usyk ages overnight. Usyk should win that fight easily on points, I think. Yeah, Sean Strickland is a Christian. He is, and that's good. Wardley started off fast against Dubois, but to me, he didn't capitalize off of it. Toughed it out, backfired. I knew he let Dubois do his thing. Well, he dropped him in like the opening seconds of the fight. He established lead hand control, caught him with a right hand high on the head, dropped him, and then just for the rest of the fight, swung like a madman, stood right in front of him. It was a ridiculous performance tactically, if you ask me. If you want to see a scenario where a robbery is more believable, watch Chavez versus Taylor. Yeah, it was stopped with 2 seconds left. Now, to be fair, he wasn't responding. Meldrick Taylor wasn't responding to the commands of the referee. So it's up to the referee's discretion, regardless of how many seconds are left in the round. But still, I can see why people say it was a robbery, because if the ref didn't wave it off, he would have won on points, you know. Meldrick Taylor would have won on points. Thing I remember is Usyk hurt Enrico around 4, 10, 11. Not sure there's another. Yeah, he hurt him a few times, but it was more of an accumulative effect that he ended up taking him out with, you know. Wardley became too basic, relying on that overhand right. Fabio threw the fight, if you ask me. Dubon was cheating again. Yeah, Fabio just fought like an idiot. He fought like an absolute idiot to me. It was a poor tactical performance. I think he could have won convincingly if he fought smart, you know. Peter Fury said right after the fight, Rico wouldn't have survived the 12th round. He was fit. Yo, Peter Fury's a smart guy. He knows that. And he knew that Rico was losing. If you listen to what he's saying in the corner, he knew that if the fight was being scored fairly, Rico would have been behind. He knew that. which is why he's telling him, you need these rounds, you know? So yeah, and he knows Rico wouldn't have survived. He would have got stopped. He would have got stopped in the next round. Andrew Wilson, author bro, fraud, acts like fake alpha, don't wife up thoughts, yet he insults a feminist so much that she calls out his wife having 3 baby daddies. And wait, does his wife have 3 baby daddies? I didn't even know that. See, I don't actually know that much about Andrew Wilson. All I know is that the guy's an alkie, a chain smoker, and a weirdo. Like that's like all I know about the guy, really. I've not really followed him much. Usyk punches not only hurt you, I would say they exhaust you because he's hitting you when you don't see it. Yeah, absolutely. And he's so fast and so accurate as well. That's what wears his opponents out. It's the speed and accuracy, and the feints and the way he walks you onto punches by setting traps. Letting you tire yourself out with movement and work rate, and then catching you with clean, effective shots. Same thing happened to Chisora. He let Chisora gas himself out, looked like he was winning on aggression, but he was walking into shots constantly, and it has an accumulative effect. Look at the sick hate Rocky Marciano has gotten from trolls online. My money, the only guy I can confidently say was past it and probably shot was Lewis. Yeah, Joe Louis was years past his prime when he fought Marciano. Now, I think Marciano would have beaten him anyway. Would have been more competitive, though. I don't think Lewis would have gotten smashed like he did, because Marciano just mauled him. He destroyed him when they fought. I think Lewis in his prime would have given Marciano problems. He might have even dropped him or won more rounds, but I think ultimately Marciano would have got him, would have stopped him late, I think. Footage of Jack Johnson's awful. He can't, but yeah, Jack Johnson literally just leans on his opponents, pulls them to the floor and hits them while they're down. He was such a bum, and he was just a big guy who used his size. That's all he was, Yeah, the Klitsch goes, the competition just wasn't there. That's what they say. The competition just wasn't there. Yeah, I'm noticing a pattern about that, though. Is anyone else noticing it? So just because Usyk had one bad night, he didn't fully prepare, he's overrated. Yeah, as if the past greats didn't lose to bums. As if Muhammad Ali didn't get outboxed 3 times by Ken Norton, a journeyman. As if George Foreman didn't get beaten up and almost stopped by Jimmy Young. World-class fighters have lost all throughout history. It doesn't mean they're not world-class, Yeah, the Klitschko era was good. I would maintain that the Klitschko era was one of the strongest eras because, again, you had elite-level European Olympians dominating the sport. A lot of these guys were great athletes. A lot of these guys were record-breaking in terms of, like, the amount of punches they could throw, how powerful they were. Like the sport had progressed so much at that point. A guy like Ruslan Chagayev, in my opinion, would dominate the 70s, for example. A guy like Sultan Ibragimov would probably do the same, and they're not even top tier champions. They were just minor title holders. They were champions, but not the best in the division. I'd say the best American heavyweight was maybe Holmes. Yeah, I've said that for a while. I think Larry Holmes was probably the best American heavyweight of all time. Another fighter that spoke his mind too much and was hated. 20 title defenses against tough competition. Yeah, like Larry Holmes wasn't a very nice person. He wasn't very likable. But to me, that wasn't the main reason people hated him. The main reason people hated him was because he beat Muhammad Ali, and that pissed people off. At that stage. Either way, Oleksandr Usyk has left his legacy in professional boxing. Moses Italma and Justice Honey are already copying his style, especially the feinting jab. There will be more and more young boxers. Yeah, a lot of young boxers are going to be inspired by Usyk. They're going to be inspired by him, and they're going to try to emulate his style. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't you try to emulate the best? Gen Z is facilitating boomer behavior. Yeah, sadly, Gen X, I mean, is facilitating boomer behavior. Yeah, Usyk is the hardest Ukrainian of all time. That's true. Yeah, probably. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Klitschko's are pretty hard and all, but he's harder. Well, they better accept the gospel because that's the only way to get to heaven. So hopefully they do. I pray that the Lord gives them wisdom. Yeah, Vlad was a bum beater. 1 second, I have a message. Let me read it. No doubt this will be my work. Oh, it's not. It's not my work. No, it was just my mate. Cool. Where was I? Black Christians roasting the Darwin guys. Yeah, you're on about God Logic. I quite like that guy. He's got balls of steel, that guy, I tell you. Yeah, Jarrell Miller was a kickboxer and MMA fighter. The Josh Taylor who lost to Teofimo Lopez? You mean in a fixed fight where he took an obvious dive? Yeah, that guy. And still arguably won if you actually count the punches. Caleb Plant was a kickboxer as well. Yeah, he was, yeah. Caleb Plant was, Dillian White was, Povetkin was, the Klitschko's were. So many boxers you meet started as kickboxing. You see how the likes of Chris Arreola was looking fairly destructive on his tie-up to late 2000. Vitaly handled him with ease in 10 rounds, destroyed it. Yeah, he did, destroyed him. Absolutely destroyed him. You know, literally had him crying. Like Chris Arreola, tough guy, right? Pretty macho individual, you know, a tough Mexican. Vitaly beat him so bad, made him quit on his stool, had him crying after the fight. Like that was pretty mortifying. It was. But Chris Arreola was one of these guys. He wasn't in very good shape, but he was so tough and he was technically very sound as well because he was a good amateur and he had very, very good power. Like he actually had a few first round knockouts against guys who went on to go the distance against known punchers. Like Chris Arreola was a big puncher for all his faults. Your buddy Precise made a video about this fight. I've not seen it. I didn't see it. Cabello struggles with southpaws. Usyk will stop him. Which yeah, and I know Zhang gave Cabello a lot of trouble, like dropped him and he won some rounds. Aside from him, I'm trying to think of what other southpaws did Cabello fight. Like he might have fought some, I can't remember. I know Cabello fought Chisora, beat him. I know he fought Makhmudov, he battered him, stopped him pretty easily. Andy, of course, had that really hard fight with Zhang where he ended up stopping him. But was that last guy he fought a southpaw? I can't remember. I might have to rewatch the fight between Usyk and Verhoeven to see whether or not Verhoeven was up. If he wasn't, then Usyk would have won on points due to knockdowns. Yeah. Well, if the fight was even going into the 11th, Usyk scored a knockdown. And if he'd have just gone out and won the 12th, which he probably would have, yeah, he probably would have got the decision anyway, you know. At least Usyk went for the KO. I used to think Verhoeven was winning 8-2, 9-1, going to 10. I might have been wrong about that. Just look, see when you watch it, don't listen to the commentators. Just count the punches. Count the actual clean, effective punches. I would like to see what Rico can do against other heavyweights. Yeah, I would like to see Rico in with like someone like Dubois, for example. Because again, I said before the fight, Rico's a much tougher fight for Usyk than Dubois. I'm almost certain he'll give Usyk a tougher fight than Dubois did. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I would like to see that fight actually take place because obviously Dubois is a very different kind of style to Usyk. Dubois is a really big puncher. And Dubois is a guy who's kind of gun-ho but lacks heart, right? So that would be more of an explosive fight to watch. And I would like to see how Rico deals with it. Like, I would pick Rico, but I wouldn't be 100% confidently picking him. Because, again, styles make fights, you know? Nordic Fight Film and True Geordie, of all people. True Geordie, yeah. Did he talk about it as well? I've given the fairest takes on this all. Geordie, when he isn't fanboying or acting like a weirdo, can come up with good takes. Do you know, I don't really watch True Geordie. I don't know that much about the guy. Yeah, I don't know much about him. You probably compared the Usyk Rico fight to Pacquiao Marquez 3. I did that in my community post. You probably thought about my take on the fight immediately popped up in your mind. Well, to me, Pacquiao Marquez 3 was the perfect. That's the example I always give of commentators brainwashing fans because Pacquiao clearly and convincingly won that fight. It wasn't even a close fight. I don't care what I'll do. I've thought about doing a slow motion film study of that fight, Pacquiao Marquez 3, because Marquez did not land anywhere near enough punches for that fight to be close. Pacquiao landed so many more punches, it wasn't even a competitive fight. He messed up Marquez's face, had his face all like puffed up and all that. Like Marquez looked Chinese. His eyes were like that at the end of the fight. They acted as if Pacquiao did nothing and lost every round. I saw people saying he lost every round after that fight. And it's because I think the Box Nation commentary, HBO's commentary was bad, but it wasn't as bad. Box Nation's commentary for that fight was shocking. And a lot of people who streamed the fight and watched it in the UK and whatnot, a lot of people watched it with Box Nation. And of course, the Mexican, like Spanish speaking commentators were just retards, man. They were talking bollocks the whole fight as well. They were even worse. They were literally just lying and exaggerating everything Marquez did and ignoring all Pacquiao's work. Pacquiao, he's similar to Usyk in the sense that he's fast. He's a southpaw. You don't see a lot of what he does in the ring from a tactical point of view. And you end up missing a lot of his punches in real time. But his punches are so much more effective because you don't see them coming or because the opponent doesn't see them coming, you know? So that was a similar situation. Walcott, Archie Moore are really good wins for Rocky, though. Ezard was on the slide, but still good enough to take him to... Yeah, true. Look, they were the top heavyweights of that era. They were all world class. But because it's Rocky Marciano and because he's white, nobody's going to credit him, are they, with those wins, you know? I don't think any fighters from the previous era before the 50s would beat Marciano. And I think at his prime, he would have beaten the champions like Ingmar, Johnson, and Pat. Yeah, I agree. I think all three of those guys would get knocked out by Marciano in his prime. Can you put the chat comments question back up? Well, you mean like I'm doing now? Just put them up on screen. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, no problem. Sometimes it's annoying because like I lose my place and I can't be bothered going and getting it. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, Usyk had to leave his daughter in a bomb shelter so she could attend this prize fight. Is that right? I didn't even know about that. That's really sad, isn't it? God bless him. Rocky Marciano was actually going to come out of retirement when Ingmar Johnson beat Patterson, but couldn't keep up the training. Yeah, I saw that interview where he talked about that. So yeah, when Patterson lost the title, he was he was basically, Marciano was saying he booked a training camp and he tried to get himself back in shape, but he couldn't do it. And the reason he couldn't do it, in my opinion, is because Rocky Marciano fought for 7 years professionally. Some people forget that. He only fought for 7 years. Now, his entire career, he never took a day off. The guy apparently, according to folklore anyway, he used to run 5 miles every day. Literally, even if it was Christmas, he would still run. You know, he would swim across a lake. He would hit the bag for hundreds of rounds. He would do hundreds of rounds of sparring. You know, he would do crazy strength and conditioning, crazy circuit training. Like Rocky Marciano, just he seemed to have OCD in regards to boxing. He just would not stop training. And you have to imagine that after 7 years of not taking a day off and just training constantly, his body must have been absolutely knackered and his recovery rate must have just been shattered. So I feel like that's why when he tried to make a comeback, he couldn't get into condition, because that kind of lifestyle, you know, it's different to someone like Vladimir Klitschko, who had a more scientific approach to training, or someone like Bernard Hopkins, you know, fought well into his 50s because he would train an hour a day, get plenty of sleep, plenty of rest. Marciano was proper old school in his approach to training, and it doesn't age well. So yeah, it's a shame he wasn't able to make a comeback, but at the end of the day, he retired undefeated, so it's all good, isn't it? Why do people think fights like this are robberies whenever a guy they don't like has a competitive fight and they get a competitive decision? Because they're told to by the commentators. Whatever the commentators tell them, they'll just agree with it because they don't actually watch the fight. They scroll through Twitter and they engage in comment sections without actually paying attention to the fight. Fight was a work, in my opinion. You know, on this occasion, I actually disagree. I actually think it was a real fight. That's one thing I'll say about Usyk that surprises me. His fights always look real to me. I've never seen an Usyk fight and thought that looked fixed. Never. Like, and surprising to me, you know. because I'm usually the first person to accuse a fight being fixed. Usyk fought in Ukraine on the front line. That's why they pushed the Russians back at first. Yeah. And again, that's why that Gassiev fight was such a big fight for Usyk, because where it took place, there was a really delicate political situation in Russia there, and the fact he was able to go there and do what he did was surprising. Which is why it annoys me when people call Carl Froch a road warrior. Usyk's an ultimate road warrior. Crawford versus Madrimov is another one people call a Robert. Yeah, that fight could have gone either way. Very close fight. An unknown southpaw nearly chinned Caballero, yeah. Well, maybe Usyk will chin him. I would definitely favour Usyk. Usyk trains out of Spain, nowhere near Ukraine. Usyk, but did Usyk actually say that? Because I've not heard it. Torres looks like Texcom without the chin. I didn't see the Torres fight. I think Rico can beat some boxers out there. He did really well for a guy who isn't a professional boxer he is a professional boxer. He's competed before in pro boxing. I know what you mean, though. He's only had one fight against a heavyweight champion, but once Usyk adapted, he took it. Yeah, Usyk adapted. He figured him out. He got his tactics spot on, in my opinion, and he won conclusively. And that's why I think he'd win a rematch quite easily too, because he figured Rico out and worked out what he needed to do to get the win. Precise says that AJ Vladimir was more of a bad stoppage, right? Yeah, I agree. He's right about that. True, Usyk lied about his family too. Did he? Again, I don't know if that's true. I've not heard it from the horse's mouth, but I mean, at the end of the day, so what you guys are saying is his family lives in Spain, but he's claiming that they're in Ukraine in a bomb shelter. Did he actually say that though? Because this is the first I've heard. So did he actually say that? After a feminist insulted Andrew for being a cook, because Andrew insults people himself, he called his first wife. Oh, he called his wife. Himself, he calls it, I don't know. No, he's just, dude's just a grifter, let's be honest. That's what he is. Evening Noddy. Yeah, how's it going, Daz? Just had a job interview after a 2-hour walk. Nice productive day, awesome. What kind of job is it you're looking for, if you don't mind me asking? Just out of curiosity. Honestly, I agree with your scorecards for the most part. People forget how great Usyk is as a defensive boxer. So when he gets hit, it's not even common. It gets over-exaggerated. Yeah, Rico can club Usyk round the head with a right hand, and it doesn't even land cleanly. But Usyk lands 3 punches, land perfectly clearly, and commentators don't even bring it up. It's just a lack of expectation for the opponent. The standards are higher for one guy than the other. One thing I respect Rocky for is getting out on top. A lot of fighters stay too long. And I hope, do you know what? I agree there. And I hope that Usyk does the same thing. I hope Usyk retires undefeated. That's why I wish Josh Taylor had retired undefeated. See after that Catterall fight, where he just wasn't the same anymore. Let's be honest. The first fight, he was done at that point with boxing. He should have just retired. And then all these dickhead normies can just spend the rest of their lives crying about that fight. And crying about the fact that he made history in becoming the first and only British fighter to become undisputed lineal champion in the 4-belt era, and did it in 18 fights, rivaling Usyk, right? Him and Usyk are the only... This is why I call these guys record-breaking white guys, right? Because these guys, they did it in record time, right? They became undisputed lineal champion in 18 fights. Aside from those two, who did it like in the same era, within the same year, actually, I think. Nobody else in the history of, no, not in the same year, but in the same sort of tournament, right? Nobody else in the history of boxing has ever been able to accomplish anything like that. So that's why those guys, in my personal opinion, really pissed off the establishment. That's why the establishment was pissed off at Josh Taylor, why they refused to when he went out there and became undisputed, they refused to even televise it. The fight wasn't even televised in the UK, despite the fact it was the greatest sporting accomplishment in the history of British sport in terms of the accolades, right? Usyk did the same thing. And again, it's pissing off all the Muhammad Ali types, right? Because they want their folklore in boxing to continue. They want their Great White Hope narrative to continue, not realizing that whites are literally the greatest athletes in the world that dominate every sport, pretty much. Rocky Marciano got fat by the end and definitely deserved it. And where's the praise given to Rocky for conquering the division without having an amateur experience and competing for 7 years? I know in 7 years he became 49-0 with 43 knockouts. 7 years. Again, it's like Sven Ottke did something similar, and I think he only fought for 7 years as well and was 34-0 with 21 defenses, which is even more shocking when you thought. Like, again, you think about the guys I talk about and the guys I really praise. You'll notice a difference between me and your average normie boxing fan, right? Normie boxing fans will talk about Arturo Gatti, man, and Tommy Morrison, man, and James Toney, man, and Muhammad Ali. They talk about all these like bang average journeyman title holders, right? Who never really did anything that impressive when you think about it. The guys I talk about are record-breaking legends, right? So I'll talk about guys like Sven Ottke, record-breaking super middleweight champion, right? In a career that lasted 7 years, he broke the record for title defenses, right? 20, which still hasn't been broken. It was tied by Calzaghe, right? But it hasn't been broken. 21 title defenses at super middleweight, right? Retired undefeated, 34 fights. Did that in 7 years. Who else in boxing did any, aside from Rocky Marciano, who only had about 7 or 8 title fights? Who else in boxing did anything like that? But people take the mick out of me for talking about Sven Ottke like he was an all-time great and all that. The dude is literally a record-breaking boxing legend who has done something no one else, as to this day, even come close to emulating, right? So, and again, in the modern era, I'll talk about guys like Usyk and guys like Josh Taylor, right? These guys literally went out there and broke records. No British fighter in the history of the sport went out there and became undisputed lineal champion in 18 fights. Just absolutely raped their division. Just bitch slapped everybody in the division. Nobody did that. And did it on the road as well. Usyk did the exact same thing. Unlike Taylor, though, who didn't live the life and fell off after that, Usyk did live the life. Usyk continued to break records. He broke that record. Him and Josh Taylor broke the same record in terms of, again, 18 fights, becoming undisputed lineal champion, unifying on the road against undefeated world-class fighters in their division, absolutely bitch-slapping an entire division. Those two guys, Josh Taylor and Usyk, only two fighters in the history of sport, of boxing, that have ever done that. Nobody's ever come close to accomplishing that, what those two accomplished. Usyk took it like 2 or 3 steps further, did the exact same thing at heavyweight, beat an all-time great heavyweight in Tyson Fury on the road, beat him twice, beat Anthony Joshua, the biggest name in boxing when Usyk beat him. Anthony Joshua was the biggest draw and the biggest name in boxing. Usyk went to his backyard, bitch slapped him, beat him twice on the road, and has become 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion, and has beaten the greatest kickboxer of all time. Like, you see what I mean? The guys that I prop up, again, you can throw someone like Dariusz Mikuchevsky in that as well. To this day, still has the record for light heavyweight title defenses, a certified all-time great. There's again, it's not bias, is it? It's not fanboyism. I'm literally recognizing greatness, because unlike a lot of these other people who are going on about James Toney, man, and the fearless shit, like these guys are low IQ monkeys, and I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about whites as well. They're like apes. These people, yeah, Muhammad Ali, man. They're low IQ morons. Everyone, and again, the same people talking about guys like Dave and Haney, man. Everybody ducking, man. Oh, man. Where am I even going with this? The fighters that I talk about and I prop up as being the best are record-breaking legends, guys who are going out there and accomplishing things nobody else is accomplishing or even coming close to accomplishing. Again, nobody has come close to accomplishing what Sven Ottke accomplished at super middleweight. Nobody has done anything like that in 7 years. Nobody has done anything like that in that few amount of fights. Oh man. But certain people have the ability to recognize greatness. Certain people don't. I appreciate greatness because boxing is a sport. It's not my own personal outlet for my own personal problems. It's a sport, you know? Video game boxing, to clarify. Oh, you remember what on The Simpsons where Homer's about to beat Bart at boxing? Lisa pulls the plug. Bart announces his retirement 0-2. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. That's funny. Do you ever remember the Simpsons wrestling game? That was fun. And Flanders was like the hardest character on it. Brilliant. It's the first thing he said in the yeah, but was he joking? Because I don't speak Russian. Did he actually say that? I don't know, man. Let me find my place on the chat. Wait there, because yeah, this is where I was. I mean, almost every ATG fighter tasted defeat, officially or unofficially. So I don't get why people are called. Well, you know why they're calling him a hype job, because he's white. They're calling him a hype job because he's white and because he's a Christian. That's why. Well, he can't train in Ukraine now because Ukraine is being constantly bombed. Yeah, he can dodge bombs as like part of his defense training, innit? Wouldn't be the craziest thing Usyk has done in training, you know? He trains like mad. You know, when Mayweather gets controversial decisions, the media defends it. Decisions are atrocious. Yeah, true. Like Maidana beating the piss out of Mayweather, you know? But when Usyk is semi-competitive fight, it's a robbery according to the media. Mate, when Usyk fought Dubois, Usyk won every single second of every single round, got smacked to the balls and went down from a low blow, got up, went back to whooping his ass, won every single second and made the guy quit. What did the media do? They called it a robbery. He won every single second of every single round, but it was a robbery somehow, according to the media, you know? Just so ice cream, iron brew. Supermarket. You haven't given it a whirl, as I'm far from certain. Sounds like roping. Nah. I remember my cousin used to do that as a kid. She used to put ice cream in iron brew and drink it. I'm like, she was ahead of the curve, innit? That's funny. But I've not tried that flavor. No, I'll stick with the normal one. You know, got 2 cans in the fridge actually. Might get them out soon. Usyk was not in the Ukrainian army. He was only in the territorial defense forces. Different things. Yeah. So he was kind of just a reserve, really, when he just a mascot, like the Hunger Games. You know, Kabayel is saying Usyk's scared of him and he beat his ass. Do you know what? Please make that fight. Please make Usyk versus Kabayel and make it in Germany. Have it in Germany in a stadium, because that would be flipping hilarious. It would, man. It's office work I do. Organization, reporting, problem solving, admin, etc. Oh, okay. Something I wouldn't have the patience for. I prefer fighting, you know. A job that permits me to fight. That's what I prefer. Pac versus Crawford at welterweight would have been interesting. Yeah. I think Pacquiao in his prime schools Crawford. Don't know if he'd stop him, but I think he'd school him. You know, I think he'd win easily on points. Mayweather lost at least 3 fights unofficially. Ward lost 2 maybe. Haney lost 3. Tank lost twice. Shakur lost to Conceição. The list goes on, yeah. But the media won't call any of those fights robberies, will they? And you know why? Because those guys ain't black. I mean, those guys ain't white. Usyk will be undefeated because I don't think anyone right now can beat him. Even if Rico comes close. If Rico kept his defensive composure, he could have won. I don't know, man. I think Usyk figured him out. I just think he figured him out, you know. Taylor didn't live the life, constant party and drugs for the life of me. I still don't know how he didn't beat T.O. It's a big mark against his career. But again, what I see I mean, I would say losing to Echo Esserman's even worse, let's be honest, in terms of the optics of it, right? I would say Josh Taylor was done after the Ramirez fight. After that fight, he just wasn't the same anymore. He wasn't interested in. He'll even tell you that himself now. He wasn't interested in boxing anymore. when he was training for the first Catterall fight, he openly said, "I can't get up for this fight." He had no interest in it, wasn't training, wasn't living the life, had to make weight last minute, and he just didn't care anymore. Like it was the last 3 fights he had in his career, which were all his losses in a row, were just paydays. He clearly had no interest in winning. He had the ability to beat all of those guys, right? He's leagues better than Catterall, right? Leagues better than Teofimo, and leagues better than Echo Esserman. Like the Josh Taylor who fought, for example, the Josh Taylor who fought Ramirez would absolutely batter all 3 of those guys. Could probably beat him on the same night. Like he was a level above them, which is why none of those guys have accomplished anywhere near what he accomplished. Like if those guys are better than Taylor, why has Jack Catterall not become undisputed lineal champion? Why has Echo Esserman not done that? Why has Teofimo not done that? None of them have done anything close, have they? Because they're not as good. Because they're not on his level. Because in his prime he would have bitch slapped them. He just wasn't the same guy, and that's what happens when you stop living the life. If you stop living the life, you stop training, you stop looking after yourself, and you don't have the motivation for it anymore, you're not gonna be the same. So I kind of wish he just retired after that first Catterall fight. He should have just retired after it. You know, I'd like to see Rico in with Chisora, maybe Wardley. Interested to see if he could replicate clear win against BC. I think Wardley will never be the same after that beating he had. I mean, he'll still fight. Don't get me wrong. It won't be the same though. I think Chisora would be a good fight for Rico. Chisora would get beaten. Chisora's shot now, but I think it's a more realistic fight to make based on what Fabio Wardley, the fight he was just in. I see him either going for the Dubois rematch or taking a break from boxing just to recover from it, you know, from the first one. I could see that. I think Rico versus Chisora, that'd be a good way to get Rico a bit more experience before getting him a big fight, though, you know. I mean, guys like McLaren, Canzoneri, Marciano, Tuni, Otke, Calzaghe, Leonard, Greb, Klitschko, Wild, Usyk, Pep are all white. Yeah, they are all white. And they're all-time greats. Don't forget Dave Allen. He's white and he's an all-time great. And Johnny Fisher, yeah. I'm kidding. Oh, man. But, you know, you notice how the white fighters only get talked about. You know, great white fighters from boxing history only get talked about by the media to prop up black guys. If you lose to a black guy, like, for example, let's say, this is where I'll go with this, right? Calzaghe ended his career fighting Roy Jones, right? That was his last fight. Then he retired. Now, they were talking about Calzaghe fighting Chad Dawson after that fight. Let's say that fight happened. Calzaghe decided, one more fight, I'll fight Chad Dawson. And let's say he was past his prime, on his way out, didn't perform well, ended up losing to Chad Dawson by split decision or something, right? The rest of Calzaghe's career, from that point on, the only time he would ever be brought up in conversation is to say he lost to Chad Dawson. Is when people are talking about Chad Dawson's resume and saying he beat the great Joe Calzaghe. Oh, Chad Dawson came on the scene with a win against Joe Calzaghe, and that would be all anybody would be interested in for Calzaghe's career would be to prop up Chad Dawson. That's literally all they would talk about. Just like they do, like Ricky Burns, for example. He had a great career, right? Three division champion. Again, a guy who was not an elite fighter, but a guy who accomplished a lot, right? He only ever gets brought up in conversation to talk about how he lost to Crawford near the end of his career. That's the only reason they ever bring him up, innit? You know, people only ever bring up Benitez to say how he lost to Ray Leonard, right? This is how this works. We know this. You know, Lomachenko in the future is only going to be talked about how he lost to Devin Haney, right? We're seeing that with Triple G. Triple G had a great run as middleweight champion, right? What's the only thing anyone wants to talk about? Oh, his rivalry with Canelo. You see how it works. These white European guys, they get when they lose to a Westerner, they get used to build these guys up, you know. Off topic. We finishing up completing Red Dead Redemption 2. So if I can complete the story, I'll get Red Dead Redemption 1 where you do a review. Well, I was going to do that anyway at some point. I was going to review Red Dead Redemption 1 at some point. So, yeah, I don't know when it'll be. It won't be anytime soon, but it will be at some point. Sven Otke became champion at 13-0 against Charles Brewer. One or two of his defenses were questionable, but he had a good resume. Yeah, again, Sven Otke had 21 title defenses and retired after 7 years. Who else in boxing does that? Has done anything like that? He never went on holiday until he retired. Again, that's Sven Otke has that similarity with Rocky Marciano in that sense, that his whole career he just trained, lived the life, showed an amazing work ethic, and then retired undefeated on top, number one in the division. He was ranked number one. Let's not forget that, because I know Calzaghe was there, but Otke won the IBF title before Calzaghe was a unified champion when the WBO wasn't fully recognized, right? Yeah. People saying Benavidez beats Usyk. No, come on, man. Please make that fight. And hey, you never know. Look, in a couple years' time, when Usyk's like 41 or something, maybe then Benavidez will beat him, but he won't beat him now. Let's be honest. Benavidez ain't ready for that yet. Come on, man. He ain't ready for that yet. Yeah, mate. I got bored of that game after about 3 hours, and it was just so. Red Dead Redemption 2 is so boring. It's one of the most boring games I've ever played, and it feels like it's never going to end. And when it does end, it's so anticlimactic. And those bastards killed my based horse, and I'll never forgive them for that. R.I.P. based horse. Oh, it's so sad, man. So sad. That was the one good thing about that game, you know. Yeah, Jones ducked Mikuchevsky for a reason. Jones ducked a lot of fighters. Conveniently, a lot of European fighters he ducked, you know. Americans never watched Sven Otke just because he's known as some German Eurobum type job in the hype job in the United States who ducked everybody legit, yeah. But funny thing is, he beat every American he ever fought. Like, Sven Otke fought a lot of Americans, and he beat the highest ranked Americans in the super middleweight division. He fought them and beat them. All right, guys like Charles Brewer and Byron Mitchell, they were the highest ranked super middleweight champions at that point in time. Both of them were world champions, lost their title to Sven Otke. So, and lost clearly too. So, I mean, take that however you want to take it. You know, even if Lomachenko never fought in the USA, became undisputed champion, Americans will still say he fought nobody. Even though, again, Lomachenko, record-breaking fighter, quickest to win a world title, if I'm not mistaken, quickest to win a title in 2 divisions. So he has a couple of records there, you know. He certainly does. The Muslims who want a caliphate are idiots who don't realize that the Sunni and the Shia Muslims would end up fighting each other. Yeah, they're like orcs, innit? The orcs, if they don't have a strong chieftain, they end up fighting each other. You know. Riddick Bowe was a very, very tough guy. Good skills, tall, but he could fight on the inside. Very poor discipline, kind of like Tyson Fury. Guy who would show up out of shape, had some very, very inconsistent performances. Very naturally talented. Kind of reminds me of Andy Ruiz, actually. Very naturally talented, but didn't live the life. Got his head beaten in at world level. Never really achieved his full potential, in my opinion. And apparently he's a bus driver now, or so I've heard, you know. Ended up punch drunk at the end of his career, sadly. Hatman saying that Rico looked like Jim Carrey in Me, Myself, and Irene. Admitted he didn't know who Rico was before the fight. Yeah, I didn't know who he was until I looked him up. I studied him, I watched his fights, and I immediately came to the conclusion he might be one of Usyk's toughest fights. Got to go. Yeah, see you later, Hawker. God bless you, man. Just seen your comment there. I'm trying to find where I was. Here we are. How do you think boxing would look today if Mayweather didn't get those controversial wins? I don't think boxing would be that much different. Mayweather is a complete hype job, in my opinion. Mayweather just literally the definition of a manufactured fraud in boxing. I don't rate him one bit. Most of his fights were fake, and even the ones that were real, he got a gift in, you know. I actually put vanilla ice cream into some Dr. Pepper ages ago. Didn't really like it there. I mean, I like ice cream, and I like fizzy drinks like Iron Brew and whatnot, but I can't imagine they would be nice together. Like I feel like they belong in their own medium, if that makes sense, you know. Me personally, I think that, Usyk should retire, preserve his. I agree. If I was him, I'd retire right now, or fight Caballero, just to clear things up a bit, and so that people don't spend the rest of their lives saying he ducked Caballero. Just fight him, beat that idiot in Germany, and just call it a day. In Germany, or fight Deontay Wilder just to get, because someone pointed out in my comment section a while back, it would be wise for Usyk to get all the names from the big names from his heavyweight division era. Just get them all on the resume, basically. So I think if he fought Wilder, just got the name Wilder on his resume, that would make sense. I think it would make sense to do that. Yeah, I agree. He has nothing left to prove. Accomplished everything in the sport that you can achieve. Do you know about the white guy who was trying to change his skin to black? What, you mean Caleb Plant? I'm kidding. White boxers should do the same so they can get the recognition. Yeah, just wear blackface in it, and then all of a sudden you're the greatest of all time, innit? Dave Allen could just paint his face black. He would be the greatest of all time. Why not? I think boxing would be a little bit more balanced today, but the media commission's establishment judging messed up the sport after 1987. Yeah, I could agree with that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know, man. I don't think people like black people that much. I understand that boxing fans are why would they favor them? It's cultural Marxism, right? Put it this way, right? Again, you guys know I've got no issue with black people, right? I've never had an issue with black people. It's not a personal thing for me. The boxing media, and not just the boxing media, but the media in general, wants to create this idea that the black person is like the ultimate human being, right? And that whites are somehow physically inferior. One look at the world of sports completely and utterly debunks that, because whites literally, whenever everything is fair and there's no corruption, whites dominate every sport. All you have to do is look at strongman, look at powerlifting, look at Olympic weightlifting, any sport that requires strength, right? Any sport that requires well-rounded athleticism, explosivity as well. Look at gymnastics, look at swimming, look at diving, look at pretty much any sport that requires strength and conditioning is dominated by whites. Pretty much every single record-breaking lifter is white. Now, blacks are better at certain sports. If you look at like sprinting, for example, like not long distance running to it, but they do compete very well in that too. But again, I'm talking about strength and conditioning. But if you look at a sport like sprinting, just like Usain Bolt kind of thing, blacks dominate that because they can run faster, because it's their genetic makeup that allows them to. Basketball, with its current rule set, favors blacks because something like a dunk used to be illegal, but they found out blacks can jump higher, so they made a dunk legal, right? Things like that. It's a situation. People don't understand that different ethnicities have different genetics that suit them in different activities. Again, blacks are built to be able to jump higher and to be able to run faster. For whatever reason, they have those abilities. But in general, whites are fitter, stronger, more durable, and just more capable athletes in general. For whatever reason, the Marxist media doesn't want people to realize that. They want people to think that what whites are all like weak and soft and frail, and I don't know, man. It's a narrative I noticed when I was very young, and I'm not really sure what the ultimate goal is behind it. I was just on the phone to Matt from my old work. He needed a job. He used to do a job needed Wednesday at the latest, but he did it full time for 5 years. It's been late every week since I left. Yeah. Nice one. Oh, sorry. BDA put a good video regarding Shakur Stevenson and why people don't like him. Perfectly sums up Shakur and how hard the American media pushed him and no one cared. Yeah. Well, it's the same with Crawford. Didn't look, Crawford's resume is fantastic because they manufactured an amazing career for him on paper. No one gave a shit. No one cared about Crawford. Even beating Canelo didn't make people give a shit. Nobody's talking about Crawford anymore. Crawford's retired now. Nobody cares. Nobody cared that he retired. Hardly anyone even noticed. It's like he never existed. Who's talking about Crawford now? Nobody. despite him having like one of the best resumes ever on paper. Not resume, but best record on paper, that was completely manufactured. I pointed out that Oliver McCall starched a prime Lennox Lewis when Lewis was 29. Yeah, Lewis was in his prime and he got brutally knocked out by McCall and Hazim Rahman. The same Hazim Rahman that got destroyed by Povetkin. Yeah, but Lewis is unbeatable, Nordic BDA boxing community made a post, a fantasy between Hearns and Crawford. I think Hearns might be too big for Crawford. Crawford is probably physically stronger and more durable, because that was one thing about Crawford. Dude was insanely strong. Crawford was a freak of nature. Like, for a guy that size to be that strong, it's crazy, right? But Hearns was a massive puncher and a better boxer. He would have caught him on the outside and smashed him. Yeah, the Esserman loss looks far worse because look, I like Echo Esserman. I've got no issue with the guy, but Josh Taylor should not have lost to that guy. Just look at that fight. The first 3 rounds of that fight, it was Taylor in his prime would have stopped him in 3 rounds. It wouldn't have been competitive. I mean, the Taylor who beat Prograis, for example, would have knocked. I'm confident he would have knocked Echo Esserman out in 3 rounds. And you've seen since that fight, Esserman is not on that level, technically, To be fair with Caballel, he's been waiting for a shot ever since the Zhang fight, really. I'd say he's earned the shot, but people will get behind him because they hate Usyk and they'll ditch him. Yeah. People will be begging Caballel to beat Usyk or to get a gift in Germany, Yeah. Looks like Taylor turned into Scott Harrison. I hope those two never go on a rampage together. It would be absolute carnage. I've heard a lot of stories about Scott Harrison from like Doormen, the way he was in. Dude's had a lot of bar fights and stuff. Like, I can imagine. Could you imagine Scott Harrison and Josh Taylor getting like coked up and going on a night out? That would be like a cunt of a night, wouldn't it? Like, that would be insane. I'd probably join them. That'd be fun, How would you rate Usyk's performance versus? I think it was one of his better performances from a technical point of view and a strategic point of view. He broke him down, figured him out, and stopped him. It was perfectly fair. And again, I wouldn't say it was his best performance yet. Like the second Dubois fight was a phenomenal performance, like in terms of how clinical it was. But from a tactical point of view, against a much better fighter, I think the Rico performance was very impressive. I very much do. Every time a Black American fights a foreigner and does enough to win, they get robbed. Everyone does. Yeah. The foreigner gets robbed against the Black American all the time. Like, well, pretty much all the time, They've got to really go above and beyond to get a fair shake, What do you think about all the communists killed 80 million white Christians bullshit being spread by Russian nobility, people who communists provide a better political program than? Who's saying that? I've not seen that at all. I've not seen that personally. I don't know what you're on about. Sorry. I'd need to look into it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'd need to look into it. What do you think of Lomachenko coming back from retirement? He's done, man. He's doing nothing. He's doing nothing. Here's what will happen. He'll fight a bum, win easily. They'll put him in with Shakur, and he'll do nothing all night, and he'll lose on points. That's what will happen. Guarantee something along those lines will happen. I've never played a single Souls game, and I've never had any interest in them. Those games look no disrespect to the fan base of those games, but they seem like a bunch of masochistic autists to me. Those games look so boring, so tedious. From what I've seen of Dark Souls, it seems like a broken, janky, like time-wasty game that just you do the same. You like fight the same enemy over and over, and you roll around and spam the dodge roll, and then hack away at the enemy for like 10 minutes. And if you make a mistake and the enemy hits you once, you like lose half your health. I got no time for that crap. Like, it's just not my type of game. I'll probably try it at some point to give it a review, but I don't like the look of it. I really don't. Yeah. Otke beat the fabulous four of American super middles: Brewer, Mitchell, Thomas Tate, and Tucker Pudwell. Yeah. Kawasaki tended to blast guys out who Otke took to points. Yeah. Well, the only guy that Technically, the only guy Kawasaki blasted out who Otka took to points was Pudwill. And that was partially because Pudwill took that fight on like 2 weeks' notice, the Kawasaki fight. Whereas when Pudwill fought Otka dropped him twice and took him the distance, won every single second of every round, right? But when he fought Kawasaki, he just got blown away in 2. Thomas Tate, he didn't fight Kawasaki. He was actually set to fight Kawasaki that night, but he pulled out with an injury and Tucker Pudwill stepped in last minute. Mitchell was prematurely stopped. That fight should not have been stopped. So Mitchell dropped Kawasaki. Kawasaki dropped him. And Kawasaki actually, you'll see it in the tape, he actually looked to the referee. I think it was Dave Paris. Kawasaki looked at the referee and signaled him as if, help me out here. And he stepped in and stopped him. That was a terrible stoppage. That was an atrocious stoppage, that one. It was. I think Kawasaki would have stopped him anyway, but that's not the point. That was a corrupt stoppage, speaking of, you know. Brewer went the distance with Kawasaki, just like he did with Otka. Yeah. Kawasaki did a better job, though. He won most of the rounds clearly against Brewer. Yeah, I think Riddick Bowe had the talent to be an ATG without a doubt. Do you know, I've not watched Hatman in years. It's been I don't really like the guy personally, but I think he talks a lot of shit. I think in the past he's talked so much rubbish about boxing that I wouldn't have the time to even stomach it, his channel, but not watched him in a long time, you know. Don't know what he's like nowadays. Don't really care, to be honest. Bo also went a bit radio rental. Didn't he get done for kidnapping his ex-girlfriend or something? It rings a bell. It rings a bell. I don't know about that though. I don't know. I've not looked into it. I just heard he was a bus driver. My life has gone to absolute shit lately, but God lives life purpose. God gives life purpose. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Whatever you do though, don't lose heart. Don't lose faith, right? God is good all the time. And all the time, God is good. I'm going to go get an iron brew. I'll be back in a sec. Hey ho diddly do. Guys, look at the size and shape of this strawberry. Have you ever seen anything like that? It's like a hand. That is lovely. That's beautiful. I love it. Yeah, sorry to hear that though. God bless you, mate. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, to be honest. I don't know what the situation is. I'm sure you'll elaborate. Mate, nah. Pacquiao's not going to win the rematch. He's not going to win the rematch. That's a rigged fight. Just like the first fight. It's a sparring session. I wouldn't bet a penny on Pacquiao. I wouldn't. I don't trust him. Didn't trust him in the first fight. I don't trust him now. Mayweather fought a UFC fighter and was losing the first 4 rounds. Media acted like he won every round and steamrolled McGregor. That was a fake fight. He gets credit for gassing him. Yeah, Mayweather gets credit for that. Usyk doesn't get credit for fighting a guy twice his size and one of the greatest martial artists and fighters of all time, you know? Rico got rocked but spit his mouthpiece out so he could get extra time. Otherwise, Usyk would have sparked him. Plus, he spat his mouthpiece out a few times. It didn't just happen once, it happened a few times during the fight. Because Rico had no. Like, when Rico got hit with an uppercut, and he got hit with quite a few of them throughout the fight, he had no idea how to cover up and defend himself or get himself out of trouble. He didn't know what to do because Usyk was just so much more accurate and so much more technically sound, you know? Calzaghe, another white boxer that doesn't get enough credit. Again, like I said earlier, had Calzaghe lost to a black guy, like if at the end of his career he lost to Chad Dawson, all people would ever talk about is how he lost to Chad Dawson. That would be his entire resume. That would be his entire legacy. So I'm so glad Calzaghe retired undefeated. I'm glad Sven Otke retired undefeated. I wish Josh Taylor had done the same. I wish he just retired after that Gatro fight, the first one. I wish. I hope Usyk does the same. I hope Usyk just retires undefeated, and then that'll really stick it to the normies. They hate that. They hate it when a white guy retires undefeated on the top of his game. They hate it. Blackface worked for Roddy Powdy Piper, and whiteface worked for Michael Jackson. Yeah, absolutely. True. Hopefully Usyk's burden of carrying his nation on his shoulders, feeling like he has to make all his money to not help is not his downfall. Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't end up broke and fighting too long, because that would be horrible, you know. I would hate that. Ref was good, so Rico spit his mouthpiece out and didn't let him get away with it. Stop the fight. Yeah. I think what the referee, in my opinion, could have done just to prevent any chance of controversy, the referee could have just called time, told Rico and his team, hurry up and put the mouthpiece in. Because the referee has the right to do that. He can call time in the round. Put the mouthpiece in, stop wasting time, go. Don't say, walk over here. Are you okay? You're ready to continue? Like a lot of these refs do. Tell him the count's over, put your mouthpiece in, continue, and box. Don't waste a second. Usyk would have taken his head off. Usyk would have slept him. He would have slept Rico at the end of the round had the referee followed protocol. But the referee gave Rico extra time and then ended up stopping the fight anyway, which just gave the media an excuse to bitch and moan. You know, I would have rather the fight reach its natural conclusion. But at the end of the day, it was obvious to me and obvious to anybody who knows what they're looking at that Rico was about to get slept. So I've got no personal problem with the stoppage. It's just a shame that people are using it against him, you know? Pacquiao only lost 4 bouts if you score his fight subjectively. He clearly beat Ugas. I had him beating Ugas. Close fight, but I had him winning. He beat Marquez in all 3 of the first 3 fights. He beat Bradley all 3 times. He absolutely battered Horn. That was a terrible robbery. Agapito Sanchez, yeah, that was a fight. That was a draw, if I'm not mistaken, but Sanchez just fouled constantly and caused the fight to get stopped and went to the scorecards. I think Pacquiao should have won it, though. Barrios could have gone either way, in my opinion. Very close fight. Had no issue with a draw. If I was to give it to anybody, probably Pacquiao. He clearly beat Mayweather, in my opinion. So, yeah, I would agree with that. We also take less sports-related injuries, especially in the cold. Yeah, because we're more built for the cold. Because we're Nords, innit? Our blood grants us a 50% resistance to frost. Yeah, you're right about that, though. I know. White Caucasians are stronger because we're hunter-gatherers that survived ice ages. Exactly. Because we're hard, innit? We can survive an ice age because we're that hard, you know? What we got? Plus, we conquered the world, especially the British. I saw in the Olympics, in the sprint, a black guy was representing Japan. I couldn't believe it. Guess they were smart enough to pick someone with a genetic advantage in that, yeah. They tend to do well at football as well because they can sprint so fast, you know. Young guy Richard Torres looked good. Got stopped in his last fight, though. I've never watched him. He's that heavyweight guy, isn't he, who got knocked out by, was it Sanchez or whoever? East Asians tend to be very good at maths and very good at economics and business and stuff like they're very academically smart usually. I do think a lot of that is to do with IQ because like a lot of Koreans tend to have high IQs, for example. But it's also partially a cultural thing as well. A lot of them are just all about school and education, and they stake their lives on it. Basically, it means everything to them. Germany is going to become Turkmeny soon. Yeah, well, Ajit Kabayel can be their leader, isn't it? The prime minister of Turkmeny. Turkmeny. You can't get a decision in Turkmeny, Germany. In sports that require high technical and cognitive ability, you'll tend to find whites win at it. Apart from West Indies, where the black batsman at cricket, or black snooker players. Yeah, you don't see them very often, do you? That's true. Like darts as well, dominated by whites, isn't it? Like constantly. Things that require like high hand-eye coordination and stuff like that. And again, weightlifting is absolutely the pinnacle of white dominance in terms of sport. Literally every single record-breaking lifter of all time is white. Every single one of them. So they're the strongest race by far, So Crawford deadlift, he's very strong. Yeah, I know I'm saying that whites are the strongest race. I'm generalizing. Obviously, you have genetic outliers, people like Crawford, who's way stronger than the average white guy. But again, he's a genetic outlier. Someone like Mark Henry is a genetic outlier, obviously, but he doesn't come anywhere close to someone like Eddie Hall or Halfor Bjornsson or Maris Pudanovsky or Mitchell Hopper, does he? Like, he doesn't come any close to those guys, but he's still a genetic outlier in his own right, is what I'm saying, But yeah, Crawford is very strong, and that helped him in his career. Very strong guy, he is. Crawford would get chinned by Hearns. Crawford's chin is suspect, and Gamboa and Mean Machine proved it, yeah. Yeah, I think Hearns would be too powerful from long range. Like, Hearns at welterweight, I think he would knock Crawford out. I do. This new UFO files being dumped by Spielberg coming, I really feel the church and the majority of Christians. Yeah, probably. Do you reckon that could be part of Project Bluebeam? A fake alien invasion, and that wouldn't surprise me. Even if Cabello beats Usyk, it's white versus white, so the haters can't really win. Yeah, but he's a Turk, isn't he? So they might not be considered like properly white, will they? I don't know, man. Turkey was in the ring insisting Usyk fights Cabello, then Rico again. Usyk agreed. Turkey's ego is out of control. Usyk should just tell Turkey to go F himself. Say to him, listen, Muhammad was a pedophile. Islam is gay. F the Quran and F Muhammad. Shove it up your arse, homo. Or something. I don't know. That's what Usyk should say. Those exact words to Turkey, and say, "Praise be to Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior." He should say that to his face. You ever been on a debate Discord like politics and religion? It's a funny area. It makes for good content. I've never been on Discord. I've heard a lot about it. Never been on it. I wouldn't mind going on it though and trying it. I do think it would knacker me out though. It's a shame about Loma's career. He's more skilled and talented than Usyk. I think he's more talented in a lot of ways, but Usyk is more consistent and more fundamentally sound. I definitely think he's mentally tougher, and Usyk is a lot more difficult to manipulate, by the establishment, I've noticed. I'll tell you an interesting guy you might want to check out. Comedian Alistair Williams. Always funny and but became a Christian a few years ago. I need to check him out. I've never heard of him. Or at least I don't think I have anyway. I'll need to look him up. Dark Souls is addictive. I find it so hard. Mate, Dark Souls is one of them games. It looks so boring to me. It looks so janky. It looks so like clunky. It looks so like the hitboxes look all out of place and all that. And I think it's the kind of game that would just bore the life out of me. It's like if you play Skyrim on the hardest difficulty, and it goes from being a fun RPG to just being a a snooze fest where you got to hack the same enemy for 20 minutes, and if you take one hit, you die, kind of thing. It's like that. That's what those games look like to me. And you roll around constantly, spamming the circle button to avoid attacks. I've never played any of the Mass Effects. I know they were developed by BioWare, weren't they? Same people that made Knights of the Old Republic. Never played it though. No. Kawasaki beat Robin Reed. Close fight, but he beat him. So did Sven Otke. Both of them beat Robin Reed, clearly, in my opinion. Sometimes I show my grandma Mass Effect or Call of Duty Infinite Warfare campaigns like it's a movie. Yeah, does she sit and watch? That's funny. I can imagine that, your grandma watching Call of Duty and all that. That's brilliant. I wish my grandma would be into video games. I see my grandma like every like I'm spending a lot of time with her lately because I don't think she's gonna last much longer. Truth be told, she's 82 and she just got out of hospital. But it's like I'm trying to spend as much time with her as I can. I would love it if we had that kind of relationship where we could like play video games together. That'd be pretty based, wouldn't it? Like an old granny playing video games. Could you imagine that? It'd be funny. I thought Reed outpointed Kawasaki. I disagree. Close fight, but I thought Kawasaki won it pretty clearly. Did you say the best written villain? The best written character in fiction? Yeah. Anakin is one of the best. He's definitely the best villain, but he's one of the best characters in general. How's the heat Nordic been punishing you up in Scotland? Definitely got a bit of sunburn due to the blade. Yeah, it's been roasting here. I think today was either the hottest or the second hottest day of the year. It's cooled down a bit now, but earlier today it was roasting here. Really roasting. No, I've not seen any of them UFO files. Again, it's probably just Project Bluebeam stuff, Oh, McGregor's going to be fighting Max Holloway. Yeah, Holloway will probably beat him. McGregor is so far past his prime now. He's shot. He'll get battered in that fight, I think. Crawford versus Ray Robinson. Ray Robinson would be very dangerous from long range, but I think Crawford will be too strong for him. I think he would break him down on the inside and stop him late. He'd probably come from behind to stop him late. Yeah, and by modern standards, Robinson is not that good, technically. Great for his era, but not compared to this era, no. Any modern middleweight, the world-class middleweight would beat him, Kawasaki is the greatest British fighter ever. I remember some clown saying months back that Kawasaki made a career fighting old men and ducking frotch. Oh. And when they say fighting old men, the only old man he fought was Hopkins. Like, Hopkins was 43, but he was, ironically enough, he had some of the best performances of his career going into that fight because Hopkins was a late bloomer, right? Roy Jones was, 39 or something, and was only 3 years older than Joe. Everybody else he fought, from my recollection, was either at their prime or close to their prime. Most of the guys he fought were in their 20s and 30s. I mean, he fought numerous world rank contenders and former title holders. He fought. I know Eubank was a bit past his prime, but he wasn't completely shot. But I mean, he fought guys like David Starry, Robin Reed, Mario Veit, Richie Woodall, Charles Brewer, Byron Mitchell. All these guys were championship level guys. Kawasaki had 21 title defenses, became a unified champion. Right, he beat Mikhail Kessler, who was at his absolute peak, who was a unified champion going in. Like Kawasaki he had as good a resume as you could have possibly imagined from a title holder of that era. Again, before he fought Jeff Lacey, he'd already beaten, I think, 6 former world champions. Like, most of them were still at their prime. Again, guys like Robin Reed and Richie Woodall and whatnot were still at their prime. Guys he beat like Mario Veit went on to be a decent contender and a title holder after that. He beat Robin Reed, who up until very recently going into that fight was world champion. Still very much at his prime. Went on to fight Carl Froch many years later. It's like Kawasaki had a very, very good run as super middleweight champion. And again, the Hopkins fight, Again, ironically enough, Hopkins is the only guy he fought who was in his 40s, to my knowledge, right? Hopkins, after that fight, went on to become multiple time light heavyweight champion, beat guys like Jean Pascal, guys like Tavoris Cloud. You know, these were some of the title, you know, guys like Kelly Pavlik as well, I know from middleweight, but these were all title holders from the following era. Hopkins went on to beat them and fought into his 50s. So that win, which was ridiculed at the time, aged very, very well. Like Kawasaki's win over Hopkins actually aged really well over time. Fight was fixed. You're on about the Usyk fight. I disagree. I want to see these doofy boxers fight real kick. Oh, and there's no doubt in kickboxing, Rico would have won. Rico would have knocked Usyk out in kickboxing, no doubt about it. But in boxing, Usyk smashed him. He figured him out and won pretty easily, in my opinion. Rico had his hands up, immediately protested it, pretending he was gonna get knocked out. Yeah, you're just trolling, dude. That's all you ever do is troll, man. Also, Nordic, what do you think of Alex Pereira in the UFC? Alex Pereira, very, very good fighter, very big puncher, very good striker. I think he's dangerous. A bit past his prime now, but dangerous. You know, do you know? There's an interesting video. You guys will probably find this interesting. I don't know if you know about it, but do you guys remember a while back? I was talking about Steven Seagal, and I was talking about how Steven Seagal, in my opinion, I know Steven Seagal is a meme. People take the piss out of Steven Seagal, but I have a hot take that he actually probably could fight. Like, I'm not saying Steven Seagal would beat like professional fighters or anything, but like, I feel like Steven Seagal was because the guy was 6'5", he had massive hands, he was really strong, and he's just naturally quite sharp. If you look at like the techniques he demonstrates, like when he does his Aikido and his karate and all that, you could tell he's a guy who, against the average guy on the street, he'd beat them in a fight. I'm not saying he'd beat Brock Lesnar or like Fedor Emelianenko or something. I'm just saying he would beat the average guy in a fight, right? There's a video of Alex Pereira visiting Steven Seagal in a gym. And Steven Seagal is like, he's showing them some like karate chop techniques. And he's showing them like certain punching techniques. Like if your opponent's throwing a punch, basically punch your opponent in the ribs. So like you say your opponent goes for a jab, slip under it. And Steven Seagal goes like that to Alex Pereira and hits him with like a little short, like stabbing punch to the rib. And Pereira's like, oh, like he's like Pereira really felt it, as if he was badly winded from it. And there's points when Seagal goes like that and sort of like fingers them in the throat, and he's showing them a lot of the stuff he does in movies. You know, like in his movies where he'll like stab someone in the throat with his fingers, or he'll karate chop them and sever their brainstem and stuff. He's showing them all this stuff, and Alex Pereira seems like genuinely fascinated by it. And again, this is Alex Pereira. This is one of the greatest like modern UFC heavyweights, right? This dude's a badass. This dude can fight. And it's like people in the comment section of the video are like posting their emojis and laughing and saying, oh, how did they keep a straight face? But I was watching the video and I'm like, there's a part towards the end of the video where Alex Pereira is talking, like he's given an interview. This is after he met Steven Seagal. And he said he's basically saying how physically imposing Steven Seagal was. He was like, I shook his hand and he was so physically strong, like he could crush my hand. And he's like, there's a point where he's like, Steven Seagal patted me on the back and I could just feel the weight of his hand. Like it was really, really, really sore and really intimidating. And some of the techniques he showed me, like I can still feel the effect of it, the impact. And that kind of confirmed what I'd been saying for a while about Steven Seagal. Like, I do think he could fight. I really there's something about that guy because he's got such big hands and because he's practiced his, the guy's not like a professional fighter or anything. But my point is you don't really need to be, because he's such a big, strong guy and because he knows the technique on how to throw a punch. Like if you look at him demonstrate punching, Steven Seagal knows how to throw a punch a lot better than your average pro fighter, which is weird to think about. And it's like I remember I had this conversation with Triple B. Somebody asked who would win in a street fight, Steven Seagal or Lenny McLean. Everybody else was saying, "Oh, Lenny McLean would smash him," right? And I was like, "No, I would pick Steven Seagal." And everybody was shocked by that, and that's why I would pick Steven Seagal. I think his martial arts techniques, in addition to being such a freakishly big and strong guy, would make him a nightmare for like your average street fighter. Yeah, Slavic people are the best in icy weather because they live in icy weather. They're acclimatized to icy weather, so they know how to handle it. I think Jake Paul can't ever fight again, but if he doesn't, him and Usyk do an exhibition. So yeah, Usyk can have an exhibition, make some money with Jake Paul. Why not? I mean, Anthony Joshua did it, so why not? Rico was wobbling when going back to his corner after the knockdown, and when half of his body out of the ropes, he was genuinely hurt and had been since round 4. Yeah, and if you look at the end of round 10, look at how badly Rico was hurt at the end of round 10. Writing was on the wall at that point to me. I genuinely think so. Using the Iron Brewers End, the Iron Brewers End swell helps to swell. Do you know? I actually last Friday, I had wait, was it Friday? Yeah, I think it was last Friday before work. I had a sparring session in the gym. I sparred 3 guys. 2 of them were like quite big, like stocky lads, like heavyweights, but they weren't in great shape. And one of them wasn't. One of them was like a middleweight, so he was about my height, but he was a lot thinner than me, right? Ironically, it was the middleweight. Did I tell you guys this already? I can't remember. Like, I got my nose burst, so I ended up with a nosebleed, right? It was the smaller guy who gave me the nosebleed. So like, I was on the inside with this guy, and we're just kind of trading body shots. So we weren't wearing head guards or anything, right? So I'm on the inside with him, and I'm like pushing my guard against his guard, and I'm hitting him to the body. And I'm expecting him to do the same, right? All of a sudden, and bear in mind, I'm bent over like this. So I was like Rico was. And I forgot to mention this earlier, I think, because I was talking about how when Rico was coming forward like that, Usyk was just hitting him with lead uppercuts. Well, this guy that I was sparring with, he sort of leaned back. And when I was leaning forward like this to like work his body, he caught me with an uppercut to the chin. And it caught me like flush in the face and it burst my nose, right? And then basically, like for the rest of the round, my nose was just a mask of blood. And I'd just had dental surgery as well. And that's to get as you can see, I've got a crown that's getting put in. It's not finished yet. I have to go back on the 5th of June, right? But basically, I had a temporary crown on my teeth, and I had my gum shield over it. This dude hit me so hard that my temporary crown went into my gum shield and came out of my mouth, and my face was just a mask of blood, and my mouth was like gargling blood and everything. So like I finished the round, and I was like, I need to go to the bathroom. Blood's bleeding everywhere. I went to the sink, washed it off. The whole sink just filled with blood. There was like a big trail of blood all the way from the ring to the bloody changing room. I was like dripping everywhere. It was all in my gum shield. My gum shield was just like a puddle of blood was in it. So I finished that all. I went back, and the lads were sparring each other. I jumped in for another round with one of the other guys. Soon as he caught me on my nose, literally just brushed it, it starts bleeding again. So yeah, I had to just finish the round and then quit. But it was ironic because again, that happened last Friday there, like just before this Usyk fight, which was the following night. And watching it was just fascinating to me because Rico kept making the same mistake over and over again that I made in that sparring session. it was crazy to me seeing it, I like to see Eddie Hall knock out Tommy Fury. Mate, see if Eddie Hall, if that's a real fight, if Eddie Hall lands one clean shot on Tommy Fury, he's knocking him out like with full force. Because Eddie Hall has been training his ass off lately. He's been doing a lot of boxing training, a lot of MMA training, and needless to say, he's one of the strongest men of all time. If that's a real fight, I got him beating Tommy Fury, possibly even knocking him out. Now, Eddie Hall's not that good a boxer, and he's very stiff and static and easy to hit, but dude's got power, and he's insanely strong. He really is. Iron Brew enhances Nordic strength. This is best attribute. Iron Brew is PEDs. Like, mate, I've literally, no word of a lie, I've literally drank Iron Brew before a weight session, and I felt like it's given me like a boost. It's probably just like a placebo, but I feel like it's given me like a boost of sugar, like it's a boost of energy kind of thing. It's like that old advert. Iron Brew gets you through. But it's like, do you know what? It reminds me of, on Duke Nukem, where he drinks beer and it makes him tougher, like in the game. That's what it's like for me. Drink Iron Brew makes you stronger. Iron Brew is like PEDs for me. It's kind of like a pre-workout or something. Yeah, they can't stand up to Turkey because they all took his money. Yeah, they're all sluts for Turkey, aren't they? The whole boxing establishment is his bitch these days, isn't it? The deception will be multiple things, in my opinion. Lots of nuts and bolts. Also have engineered a lot of technology. Nazis were given technology. Yeah, for a proxy war, Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out with his UFO book right now. Same time as UFO movies in the file. Seems coordinated and planned, yeah. Yeah, Project Blue. That's what it seems like to me. It's like a fake alien invasion that's being planned to convince people of science fiction, false realities, And Neil deGrasse Tyson's a total fraud anyway. Absolute moron. Not sure if the UK has a tick problem, but the tick problem in America is rapidly increasing, spreading at an all-time high. That's horrible. I don't know about ticks, but what I will tell you is there's a bed bug problem in the UK. I used to work for the housing, so I know about that. A lot of houses in the UK have bed bugs, and apparently they're spread by immigrants. So I've heard anyway, Yeah, God bless you, mate. How you doing? Forgot about David Starry, wasted talent. Yeah, David Starry was a world-class fighter. He was like very, very good boxing skill, very good jab, great lateral movement, great defense. Lost a few times in his career. Like he was one of these guys who kind of choked a little bit on the world stage. Like when he fought, he had that great win over Clinton Woods. He completely schooled Clinton Woods, who went on to become a world champion. David Starry never became a world champion despite that great win over Clinton Woods, but he dominated at domestic level. He got a world championship against Calzaghe. He completely choked. He just didn't perform. He lost like most of the rounds clearly, and it was a terrible fight. He got beaten by Andre Thijs in South Africa. I think that was a bit of an upset. Lost to Andre Thijs in South Africa for the Commonwealth title. Got another title shot against Sven Ottke and actually boxed really well. I think that was his best performance. Like Starry's, that was a good fight, like in my opinion. Like Ottke won the fight clearly, but it was a good fight. Like Starry gave him problems and did a lot better than people thought he would. I think he was an underachiever. Like the problem is he came around in an era when you had Calzaghe and Sven Ottke in the same division as him, two all-time great super middleweights. If those guys, like those two, weren't in the division, I think Starry would have been world champion. I do. All right, where was I? Meat and dairy happened when they want to make a vaccine. In the Bill Gates lab-grown meat, yeah. I prefer the real thing. I go to my local butchers and get meat. Get my steak and my fish, while I still can. Oh, Calzaghe would have battered Froch. And it was Froch who avoided that fight. Look, I've talked about this numerous times. I'm sick of talking about it. Froch could have fought Calzaghe. He never started calling Calzaghe out until Calzaghe moved up in weight and vacated the title. Then all of a sudden he started calling him out, I was talking to my grandma about the UFO file. She said aliens will wipe us out easily and humanity enslaved, the weak will perish and only strong humans will be fed. Your gran seems to know certain things, eh? She seems pretty based. She's prepared to fight the aliens, I take it. I've known a few high Dan karate black belts. They had extremely hard, intimidating hands. Yeah, you'll notice that. Like again, a lot of karate guys, and the reason these guys their hands are so hard is because they punch boards. They punch like those things Steven Seagal showed to Jesse Ancamp. He said he practices his strikes every day. So he's got like one of them Japanese boards where you hit it like that, like you punch it, or you karate chop it, and it's to condition your hands to calcify, to be able to like break a man's face basically, or kill somebody with one punch. Like Steven Seagal said to Scott Adkins in an interview, he said, if you can't kill someone with one punch, you don't know how to punch. Now people think when he says this, he's being egotistical and he's talking about, oh, I'm so great at punching. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, if you hit a person properly, like if you hit somebody in the throat as hard as you possibly can, with perfect technique, you can kill a man with one strike. That's what he means by if you don't know how to kill someone with one punch, you don't know how to punch. That's what he means by that. But people see that as egotistical and they take it the wrong way. But he's absolutely right in what he's saying, you know. Like I practice my punching technique every single day. Now, obviously it's different. I'm sparring with boxing gloves on, right? I'm very, very reluctant to punch someone in the face for like any reason, because if I punch somebody full force, no inhibition, that person could die. I know it easily, because again, like I said, I practice my punching technique literally every single day, just like Steven Seagal. Right? I don't, not a day goes by where I don't practice throwing a punch. So if I'm ever in a situation where I have to kill somebody, and I have to fight, I'm gonna be able to do it, because I practice every single day. So, but what comes with that is you got to be careful. You can't just go around punching people. You can't just you can't be emotional. Like every time someone pisses you off, you punch them. You know, you got to be able to control yourself, kind of thing. And a lot that's kind of what martial arts is all about, isn't it? It's all about discipline, self-control, using what you can to protect people. That's what martial arts is, you know. Michael Jai White versus Steven Seagal. Prime for prime, it's a tough right now. Michael Jai White, because Steven Seagal's too old. He's 73 or something, and Michael Jai White is like 50 odd, but he's still in very good shape. Like Michael Jai White is in great shape for his age, lives the life. He would kick Steven Seagal's ass right now. Steven Seagal in his prime, like let's say when he was like 30, Steven Seagal was much bigger, much heavier, much stronger. He was even probably faster too, but he was much more like naturally athletic. I think Seagal was also a better martial artist back then too. I think he would probably win. I would favor him slightly over. Like if they were the same size, I would probably edge towards Michael Jai White, because Michael Jai White's a little bit more well-rounded with striking. But Seagal has better technique, and Seagal knows joint manipulation and stuff like that, and he's much bigger and stronger. So prime for prime, I'd favour Seagal, you know. Who do you think would win in a bare knuckle between John Fury and Charles Bronson? Well, I've never seen Charles Bronson fight, but from what I've heard about him and how tough he was, he would batter John Fury. From what I've heard from folklore, he'd probably batter him, you know. White European getting hate from American fans? No, it can't be. I know it's Max Schmeling all over again, isn't it? Klitschko's all over again. Do you think you could take Steven Seagal? Right now, yes, because, again, he's like 70 odd. Listen, there's not a 70-year-old man on the planet who I wouldn't beat in a fight. Not one. But Steven Seagal in his prime, no, he would kick my ass. He's too big. He's too big, and he knows martial arts, and he's very strong. He would. I'll be honest. Prime for prime, I wouldn't stand a chance. Right now, I would beat him. Yeah. But yeah, when I showed my grandma sci-fi SPF games, she said it seems like sci-fi now, but it'll be real in the near future. Yeah, she's right about that. Like that's the thing. But when you look at like Buck Rogers or something like that, it just looks funny and like something you'd see like pointy rockets and all that. But see if you watch if you watch that now, I mean if you watch it from back then, you probably thought it looked like the future. But if you watch it now, it just looks like the 1970s or whatever. Whereas something nowadays, like let's say, I don't know, something like Terminator Salvation, we might watch that now and think it looks like the future. But in 20 years' time, people will look at that and they'll think it looks like the 2000s, just based on like the old CGI and retro futuristic vibe. Basically, that's kind of the future. Always looks different to different generations. I always find that kind of fascinating. I don't think Shakur's had a real fight. I think all of his fights are 100% staged sparring sessions. That's just my opinion. I used to have a straight nose years ago, boxing for shit. Yeah. Do you know it's weird? I've burst my nose many times in sparring, but it's still kind of straight. I don't know. Like no, it's a little bit. If you see in the light, it's a little bit crooked at the top. Like because again, I've busted it so many times in sparring, but it's one of them. You'd think it'd be more bent than it is based on the punches it's taken. Kind of like Rocky. Rocky was like, 64 fights and I've never broke my nose. It's kind of like that, isn't it? Following I was watching some 1990s Outer Limits episode, great series. Was amazed by how good it was. Yeah, I want to watch that still. I'm gonna check it out at some point. It's always a good feeling when you get battered in sparring, then the same guy who battered you gets bloodied up in his next. Yeah, that I know the feeling. Or when you're the one who bloodies him up. Like I was telling you guys before, I got battered really, really. I showed you guys my black eye. I got battered by a heavyweight. The next time I sparred that guy, I burst his nose and kicked his ass and made him quit because I didn't. I just went right at him, Rocky Marciano type, style. I've been in that situation. And I've been in situations where someone's beat me up in sparring and then I've beat them up and it's like a rematch and it's good for it's just good for confidence, apparently us white people are aliens according to very educated black Americans because we're allergic to the sun, which is news to me. Well, I mean, vitamin D is good for you as long as you don't get too much sun. Yeah, they call us troglodytes because we I guess we used to live in the mountains away from the sun or something. I don't know. Or it's because we live in cold countries. Calzaghe would have hit Froch about 800 times, rearranged his features. It would have got nasty to watch. Mate, Calzaghe's hands would have needed surgery after the amount of times he hit Froch in the face, I mean, Froch would probably... It wouldn't be like Jazza Dickens against Canelo. I mean, against... Rigo, where he takes one shot and he's got a broken jaw. It wouldn't be like that. It would be like Marius Wack against Klitschko, where he just gets pummeled and pummeled and pummeled round after round, and he's never the same again. That's what it would have been like, I saw Eddie Hall training. He has no technique. Yeah, that's true. His technique is poor. Part of the reason his technique is poor on punching is because his chest and his arms and his neck and his shoulders are so big, like they're like this. See where my hands are? That's like where his chest and everything goes out to. He's so big. He's like the meme of just a big, massive, roided up, like strong man. And it's got to the point he can't throw a straight punch. Like Eddie Hall physically cannot throw a straight punch, but he's so physically strong that even just swinging his hand at someone and clubbing them can knock you out cold. Like, look at that fight he had with Mariusz Pudzianowski. Now, I know Mariusz Pudzianowski's shot. He was 48 years old, and I think at his prime, he would have beaten Eddie Hall. But Eddie Hall just swings a right hand at him with no technique, catches him once, fight's over in seconds. When Eddie Hall fought those two twins, those like MMA twins, he caught one of them with one right hand. Guy was sleeping. Like Eddie Hall has a lot of power. Technique is awful. He's not a skilled fighter at all. So strong that counteracts it, Yeah. I suspect any aliens will either be Project Bluebeam hallucinations or holograms, should I say, or they'll be interdimensional demons or something. Yeah. I don't believe in aliens. Yeah, atheists will believe in aliens, but not God. Despite the fact, again, that there's no evidence for aliens and there's plenty of evidence for the existence of God, I'd forgotten that Story finished Sam Story, ex-Eubank opponent, off to win the British title, then lost it to Dean Francis. Another wasted talent. Yeah. Again, he was a guy who would choke at the highest level, Story. Do you remember, though, people used to say he was too nice for boxing. He was one of these guys he was too respectful and would often be more tactful when he had the power to go out there and finish an opponent. He just wouldn't always do it. As long as Tommy shows up conditioned, I think he'll have no problem with Eddie. I do think he'll outbox him. I do. But like I said, if Eddie Hall lands one clean right hand, the fight's over. Tommy Fury will panic and he'll get walked down. That's what makes that fight so interesting. Like I feel like Eddie Hall, any fight he's in, it doesn't matter who he's fighting or what the rules are, he's strong enough to where he can pull off the upset against anybody. Like when he fought Halfor Bjornsson was a leagues better boxer than Eddie, and Bjornsson was actually stronger. But Eddie's still so strong that he made that fight competitive. Again, just swinging it. When you've got a guy that strong, swinging all his weight at you, sometimes you can go into shock because you don't know how to handle the force that's being produced in front of you. And he smacked Thor a few times, had him stumbling all over the place, almost dropped him a couple times. In fact, didn't he drop him? I think he did drop him at least once. But Bjornsson eventually tired him out and started beating his ass and won clearly. But Eddie was just so strong that I've seen it when he hits somebody and the whole body just goes into shock. And I could see that potentially happening to Tommy Fury. So I give Eddie a puncher's chance, Yeah, Dean Francis should have been world champion. He had the talent to, for sure. Who wins between Barry Grant from Brookside and Begbie from Trainspotting? Begbie from Trainspotting, easily. Jim McDonald versus Phil Mitchell on the undercard. Bricktop from Snatch as the promoter. I think Phil Mitchell beats Jim McDonald because Phil Mitchell has a better left hook. And he's hard, isn't it? Only one can be the hardest. Did you ever see that video? My mate showed me this quite recently, right? There was a documentary called Britain's Hardest, right? And it was like this bunch of guys who were like, I don't know, they were like random tough guys from Britain. And they did a bunch of challenges, like, sticking their head in a water tank and trying to breathe as long as, like hold their breath as long as they could, or pulling a car, or breaking through a door, or like wrestling each other, like sumo style or something. It was like, and it was basically to find out who was the hardest man in Britain. And then the guy they had to host the documentary, like the guy who was actually presenting it, was Phil Mitchell. And I seen a video about it. And the guy who was like presenting the video, talking about the show, was like, because I think it was on was it ITV or Sky or whatever. He was like, ITV does know that EastEnders is fake, don't they? Because they had Phil Mitchell presenting it as if Phil Mitchell is like the ultimate hard man. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, Charles Bronson has multiple books out. Yeah. There's books talking about his like hard man days and his prison bare knuckle fights and all that. But I've never seen them, but I've heard enough stories to know that there's some truth in what they say. Again, similar to someone like Bartley Gorman, there's no footage, to my knowledge, of Bartley Gorman fighting, but Bartley Gorman, there's enough eyewitness accounts to where he probably did have fights. Let's be honest, They should have made a Final Death Wish movie with Bronson hunting down John Fury or Henry Akinlandi if Bronson is not available. Yeah, that's funny. John Fury could have been in movies though. Like he could have been in like Guy Ritchie movies and that. Like Lenny McLean was. I like that guy Jesse Enkamp. Saw his MMA match for a guy who only trained grapple defense a month. He did insanely well. Yeah, he did. See, I watch a lot of Jesse Enkamp's videos, and the reason why is because he comes from a karate background, right? He's a karate nerd. That's what he calls himself, the karate nerd. And I started with karate. So did most people who are into martial arts. Their first introduction to it was karate, right? Karate is kind of like the gateway to kickboxing, boxing, MMA, wrestling in some case. Like it's a kickbox. It's the gateway to pretty much all martial arts, And Jesse Enkamp is one of these guys who he'll like have people on his channel and he interviews everybody from like every martial arts background you can think of. So he'll go from someone like Steven Seagal to Michael Jai White to like Eddie Hall to Baz Rutten. Like he has like everybody on his channel talking about their own methodology. Like he'll spar with anybody. He spars with like sumo wrestlers, Thai boxers, things like that. Like he literally just spars with anybody, learns absolutely everything he can, and matches it against his version of karate, tests the methodology. His channel is honestly fascinating. I love watching it. I've watched so many of his videos, and it's something I wish I could do. Like, I wish I had the kind of like reach to be able to do that, to just spar with fighters from all over the world. Like, I would love to get like Eddie Hall in the ring and spar with him, and then spar with someone like Alex Pereira, and like compare them. Like that would just be fascinating to me. It would. Like it's one of them. Like the video, did you see when Jesse sparred with Eddie Hall? Because like Jesse actually got the better of that sparring session. Now Eddie was probably holding back a little bit, but he wasn't holding back much because Eddie's very competitive, and you could tell he was getting a bit pissed off because Jesse was like kicking him like with front kicks to the body, and Eddie was just like swinging away trying to hit him, and he couldn't really land anything clean. And Jesse actually got the better of it despite the weight and strength difference, you know. I have a slightly bent nose because I smashed it off the kitchen side here. We've all done that. It's easily done. And like I was mentioning Steven Seagal earlier, the video that I was talking about, the Alex Pereira video with Steven Seagal. And it's interesting because the people who talk about Steven Seagal, who've never met the guy and have never trained with him, say he's like a fat bum and all that, and he's useless and he can't fight, he's just an actor and just a fake tough guy. But the people who have actually trained with him and have practiced martial arts with him say the complete opposite. Like Alex Pereira says he's legit. Dude's super strong, hits really hard. And you, again, like I said, you can see from the video, Alex Pereira is demonstrating technique. Alex Pereira knows how to fight. He's a world-class MMA heavyweight. And Seagal hits him with an uppercut to like not even trying to hit him hard, just demonstrating technique. And Pereira is hurt from it. He's winded from it. And he's showing him like joint manipulation, like his Aikido training, and it works. He's able to like totally control somebody's movements and incapacitate them. Like Seagal would have been an excellent bouncer. I think if Steven Seagal were to work on doors, he would have been like a force to be reckoned with the grappling techniques he knows and striking techniques, but particularly like the joint manipulation stuff. That grappling technique would have worked really well on the doors. And it's like, Alex Pereira had nothing but like compliments for him. It was the same with Jesse Emkamp, because you'll notice when he's training with Jesse Emkamp, he'll tell Jesse to do like certain things, like his karate moves. Like he'll say throw a rear kick, and Seagal just like goes like that and hits him like the two front knuckles to the knee, and Jesse's like and he's like, you can see that his whole leg has gone numb. And even Jesse's brother, who's a pro MMA fighter and a pretty good one, is saying that you know, Seagal's punch on the leg really, really incapacitated me and couldn't believe it. And Seagal will tell him, he'll say, go like that, hold your hand tight. And then he's like, no, I can't really move it because you're holding it stiff. But if I go like this, and he does that thing where he steps back, leans all his weight down, but doesn't exert himself. It's literally like he's flowing like water, you know, like Bruce Lee like to say, like water. Literally just drop your weight down and basically flow with the joint, and you can manipulate a person's joints, and that person can't do anything because you've got them completely under control. Now you see what I tend to do on the doors, and I've got a video of me doing something similar. I don't know if you guys saw that video I made recently, but it was the video where I was talking about weightlifting being good for boxing. A guy tries to basically resist me when I was ejecting him from a bar. You'll see what I did on the video. I grab a hold of the guy's wrist and I was like, keep walking. And he's resisting. And I'm like, so eventually I literally turn his whole body by just controlling his wrist. And I get a hold of him from behind and I'm able to eject him. And I learned that partially from watching Steven Seagal, weirdly enough. So I know for a fact Steven Seagal is not as fake as people say he is. Like he actually does have legit martial arts skills and joint manipulation. Again, I've done it. I didn't get a video of this, but there was a guy I ejected from a nightclub recently, where basically he assaulted one of the other stewards, and he ran into the crowd. So I chased this guy, I literally just grabbed him like that by his arm. All I did was grab one arm and I turned him round, spun him, got him into a secure position and ejected him. Like so that stuff does work and it has its uses, you know. And that was what I noticed from like you'll notice when Jesse Emkamp is training with Steven Seagal. There's a point where Seagal has him like this, and Jesse goes, "I can't move." Like he was literally like, "I can't move," because he was completely under control. You know. Honestly, I've never forgotten how Lacey's corner threw him under the bus, or Kazashi was turning his brain into dog food. That went from being a masterclass to a sick mate. That was so sad. Like watching that fight, it's actually hard to watch because of that. Like I cannot believe they didn't stop that fight. I can't believe the referee didn't stop it, and I can't believe Dan Birmingham, who was I think Lacey's who was a well-respected boxing coach from Florida. I can't believe he didn't stop that fight. That was shocking. And Calzaghe talked about that when I went to that meet and greet. He talked about how like when he met Lacey, he was just he just wasn't the same guy. Like he just it was kind of sad seeing how like punch drunk he was. Like when the two met up 10 years later, it's sad. He was never the same again. Like Jeff Lacey did not deserve that because he had his whole career in front of him. He was only like 28 or something. Like he could have gone on to be world champion again, but because I feel like his team and the referee threw him under the bus and completely ruined his career with that fight. You know, karate guys use that tool, the makiwara. Is that? Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that's the thing Seagal had was the makiwara. So you see him, he's going like this, he's fingering, and he's like karate chopping, he's punching it. And what he does, and I do this against walls. So sometimes when I'm bored, like let's say I'm working a door, there's nothing going on. You'll see me going like this, and I'm hitting the wall like this, but I'm keeping my hands up, and I'm like conditioning myself to be able to throw a punch and turn it over at the right moment from any angle, basically. That because again, like I said, I practice my punching technique every single day without fail, and that's part of it. And that's what a lot of karate guys do, and that's why a lot of karate guys are great strikers. So a lot of them, when they go into kickboxing and boxing and MMA and whatever else, a lot of them do really well down the stretch, you know, because they're such good strikers because they practice their striking every single day, you know. And it's wise, of course, to practice grappling too, you know. That idea of strengthening your fist, punching hard objects is cool to me. Yeah, I mean, it's like the whole like old fashioned martial arts, breaking boards and stuff. That's what it's like, you know. Um, if aliens are real, then so is Santa Claus. Yeah. Have you ever noticed the people who claim to have seen aliens are the same ones who mix their mind alterers, enjoy them separately? Yeah. Yeah, they're always like junkies, aren't they, and potheads. Oh, seems like it to me. I don't know why people will believe government of all people when you tell them that aliens exist, and that's should tell you all you need to know. Yeah, if the government tells, I have a general rule: if the government tells you something, believe the exact opposite. You know, my old workplace, I used to punch the brick and metal walls all the time. My boss would get mad at me for punching a large metal machine. Yeah, people get mad at me. See, when people catch me shadow boxing, they complain like, "What are you doing? Why are you punching? Are you fighting the wall? Or are you fighting thin air? What are you doing?" And I'm like, "You guys just don't understand. You don't understand what it means to be odd. If I don't punch something, I get annoyed. I need to punch something, all right? And I have to. It's either this or you. You know, it's one of them. You know. I'm got a toilet. I'll be back in a minute." Had to splash my face with water there to cool myself down. You're making me think of Britain's hardest boozers from Still Game. Yeah. Always makes me laugh when Winston cracks himself on camera. Yeah, he walks in and goes, "You're a dick, and you're a dick," and then he just craps himself when he sees the camera. I love that scene where, Winston's talking. He's like, "You see, you listen to me, you couple of wankers." He's like, "Being hard, it's a state of mind. It's where you're fate." He's like, "You can come at me right now." He's like, "And after all, you'd probably get the better of me." He's like, "But in the melee, one of you is going to lose an eye. Only question is, who's it going to be?" That's like one of the funniest monologues ever. How is that not a meme? It should be. Like, that should be a meme. It should. Can imagine John Fury saying something like that. I was watching Brian Norman fight Santil, and the comments were saying, descended from the Anukai, so I hit it so hard, like other black boxers. Yeah, because black boxers are the hardest punchers, aren't they, in the world? Yeah, right. Like Devin Haney and like Shakur Stevenson. If you break your hand punching a metal machine or wall, does it grow back stronger? Well, that would depend on the break. If it's like a minor fracture, then yeah. If you like break it badly, it might become brittle. You need to be careful. I wouldn't recommend. See, when I say I'm punching the wall, I'm not punching it hard, and I'm sure he means the same thing. I'm just tapping it, like hitting it lightly. Not even going 10% probably. Where was I? You see Brian Norman recent fight with the German guys. No, I didn't see that. I think I heard about the fight. I didn't see it though. I'd check it out though. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. John Fury is an idiot who lives off his son and goes, "I'm 100-0 on the hard road." Yeah. He thinks he's Lenny McLean, doesn't he? Listen, I never lost a fight on the cobbles. John Fury, man. We're fighting men. Throw the jab. I would love to get I would love to have a bare knuckle fight with John Fury. That'd be hilarious. Just lay that guy out with one punch. I would love to. Not sure, but when I was 12, I punched the ground and my knuckle's still sunken in from that. Mate, see, when I was 14, I think, I punched my stepdad in the head, right? That knuckle, this is before I took up boxing, right? That knuckle skimmed his head and it went back like that and it was swollen up badly. Eventually it came out, but it was sore for a while and it was swollen up, John Fury's probably 100-0 if we talked about fights against women, kids, and the quiet lad reading the paper in the corner of the pub. What a hard nut. Yeah, he's proper hard, isn't he? Do you know, there was a guy I went to school with, right? I think I talked about him on here before. I might have, but it was this kid that used to just, he was like severely mentally ill, this lad. He was like Charlie Zelenoff. He used to start fights with everybody. And he would get his ass. Like I kicked his ass a few times. Like pretty much everybody kicked his ass. It was one of them. Just he would go up to you and go, "Condon." Like that was his catchphrase, "Condon." He was this little skinny kid who looked like Gollum. His name was Langy, right? That was his last name was Lang, so everyone called him Langy. Condon was his catchphrase, right? And we always used to say, "What, condensation?" And then he would try to punch you, and then you just kick his ass, right? One time, the only fight he ever won was he had a fight with this girl. He kneed her in the vagina. He kneed this girl in the vag. He grabbed her like that, kneed her in the vag, and then she crumbled to the ground crying. And then we were talking about that recently. Me and my mates were like, the only fight that Langy ever won was against that girl. And we was like, he's probably he's probably 1-100 his record, and she's his only win. Oh, surprisingly, not at all. I had to show off in my karate dojo. My sensei had the same thing, but his knuckles were sunken fully to the point of being gone. Yeah, that's horrible, man. Yeah, hopefully it heals. I did a bit of karate when I was a kid too. I barely remember it though. I wish I stuck at it though. I tell you that. I've always had fragile hands. Piano players' hands. Punching the wall may do lasting damage. Yeah, that was what happened with Calzaghe. You know, he had fragile hands. When you got to re-upload the Fury, right? Do you know what? I'll do that very, very soon. Very, very soon. I'll re-upload that. You have my word. I've got it archived somewhere, and if I find it, I'll re-upload it. I saw Jesse spar Muay Thai champ, obviously lost, but landed a great question mark kick. I think I saw that actually. I think that Muay Thai guy ended up like battering him because he was going easy on him at first. Then he took a few shots, but then just went ape shit and kicked his head in. Like it was competitive for a while though. It was. Lacey went on to lose a proper stinker to Jermaine Taylor, then got stopped by a Ukrainian guy and packed it in after that. That beatdown versus Calzaghe probably aged him 10, 15 years, yeah. Do you remember he got beaten up by Sullivan Barrera as well? That was pretty brutal. Sullivan Barrera beat him badly as well. And he should never have been in the ring that night. He was so shot. So shot. He was never the same after Calzaghe. Roy Jones beat his ass too. Like, I think like a 41 or something year old Roy Jones beat him badly. Otto von Bismarck's famous quote, never believe something until it's been officially denied. Yeah, that's a good one. If the government officially deny it, it's probably real. Who do you think punches harder, AJ or Povetkin? Well, I think AJ has heavier hands, so he has more like thudding power, like George Foreman. But Povetkin is more explosive, and Povetkin's technique is much better. Because if you look at AJ's never really put anybody to sleep. Like he's knocked guys out, but it's normally just he smacks them about, drops them a couple of times, and they get TKO'd. Povetkin, when he puts someone to sleep, they're usually out cold. Like Povetkin usually sparks guys out cold, like you could count to 30 and they wouldn't get up. So I think Povetkin punches harder, but AJ's stronger. So AJ's got a stronger punch, but Povetkin's got a harder, more explosive punch, if that makes sense. What's worse, Golovkin versus Gabe Rosado or Morrison versus Mercer? Because that was consecutive, like massive, full-blooded, unanswered punches that scrambled the dude's brain, and that probably took years off his life. That was a sickening. I don't know how Morrison was still on his feet. He was still on his feet, leaning against the rope. Boom, boom. Like that was like something out of a movie. Like ironically, that like it's something out of a Rocky movie. And he was in a Rocky movie, but that was ironically like something out of a Rocky movie. It was. Gabe Rosado got beaten up, but I think because it was so bloody, it seemed worse than it was. It wasn't like a CTE beating like the Tommy Morrison one potentially was, I used to be on a UFO forum. Most people did LSD or shrooms before their encounters. It's I'm noticing a pattern there. They're not normal people, are they? Wearing a suit, going to work, going to see their friends. No, they're on internet forums, getting high. They're the people who saw aliens. Yeah, surprise, eh? One of my knuckle has a scar and it's flat because I punched a light switch and broke the light switch. I have got a few scars and all. Why would you punch a light switch? That's a silly thing to do. This Condon sounds like Mark E. Smith from The Fall, always kicking off, but about as hard as that blancmange. Mark had the drink and drugs excuse, to be fair. No, this kid, his name was Langy, right? That's what we all called him, Langy, because his last name was Lang, right? No, Langridge was his last name. So everybody called him Langy, right? He was so skinny, this kid. You could see his heart. That like people, I remember in the changing room, I saw his heart sticking out, right? He looked like Gollum. That's what he looked like. And he used to walk like that sometimes with his hands like this. It's like, he used to literally just start on everybody. He would start on teachers. He'd start on boys. He'd start on girls. You'd be friends with him 1 minute. And all of a sudden he'd start calling you a dickhead. And you'd be like, what? And he'd be like, Condon. And he'll go up to you like that and start pushing you with his like elbows or his shoulders, Condon, and he would try to hit you, and then you just smack him about and kick his ass. An hour later, you'd be friends again. It was weird. It was just a glutton for punishment. And he ended up leaving the school. Like when we got to high school, a few years in, he left the school because he had too many fights and got too many beatings, and people were just sick of him. So he ended up leaving. So funny, man. Do you know the funniest thing ever? I don't know if you guys will even believe this, but one of the funniest memories of my life involves him. Because see, when I was in primary school, we did this thing. It was a thing called the catwalk, right? Which basically the primary school I went to. So at the end of the year, every year, the year sixes, which is the year that's about to leave and move to high school, right? At the end of the year, they would do a play, right, in front of the whole school. So you have the assembly hall, right, which is a big hall, and the rest of the year, the rest of the school, sorry, so the kids from lower years and the teachers and whatnot would all, and even like the dinner ladies and stuff, would sit round in a big rectangle around the hall with all the chairs moved away, right? And the final year, which was our year, everybody would get into a small group and they would do a play, right, at the very end of the year. And then that was what you would do in the morning. And the afternoon you would do the school disco. Now, me and my friends, there was about 5 of us or 6 of us or something in the group. We did Star Wars. I wish we had video footage of this, but we don't, right? We did Star Wars. So I was Luke Skywalker. My mate was like Obi-Wan. My other mate was Yoda, like my little midget mate. He was Yoda, and my other mate was Darth Vader, right? And we did like a lightsaber fight. Ours was way better than everyone else's. Everyone else's was complete shit, right? Ours was better. But this kid Langy, right? He was, because no one liked him because he just kept starting fights and getting his ass kicked, right? He was in a group, but I think they kicked him out. So he decided to do the catwalk himself, right? And what his play was he went on the stage himself. He was wearing, like, if I remember rightly, he was wearing an England football shirt and a clown wig. So it was like a big afro, like multicolored clown wig, and like a fake microphone. And he was he was miming the song. I know my angel, you're my darling angel. You know, the Shaggy version. He was miming that on his own in the middle of the stage. I know my, like, wearing this clown wig, right? I know my angel, you're my darling angel, baby. Like, he was just miming that. He mimed that whole song and like was dancing like that to it. And like we were just gobsmacked. Like, we couldn't believe it. Like, what on earth is he doing? It was so funny. I could not believe it. I'm like, Langy, what is wrong with you? Oh, funny. I do miss Langy. I'll need to look him up and see if he wants to go for a beer or something, because that dude was funny. one of the funniest people I've ever met. You know. Have you heard of the Anukai? No, I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's like some tribe of black people or something that were all odd. I don't know. Povetkin couldn't put Takan to sleep, which AJ couldn't. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Povetkin slept him with one punch. AJ dropped him, but he couldn't knock him out. Like, he had to prematurely stop him. Povetkin slept him with one punch. I was shadowboxing, and you caught the light switch by accident. Shadowboxing. Oh, it happens. We've all been there, you know. John Fury took a guy's eye in a bar fight. I wouldn't get into it with. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Do you know, I had this old guy bragging to me about how tough he was. I've actually got video footage of this. I've got the footage of it on my computer. Maybe I'll upload it one day. But it's this old guy bragging about how hard he was, right? And he pulled a knuckle duster out. He had it in his pocket, and I was like, mate, put that away, seriously. But like, he told me that he stuck his thumb in a guy's eye and had the guy's eye running down his thumb, and I'm just like, dude, why are you telling me this? Like, that's what the guy was telling me. He was giving me like a John Fury. I'm tempted to upload that, you know, like, because it would be funny. You know? My older brother once had a weekend going mental doing ketamine and pills for Parkinson's patients. Came home and claimed there was a dragon in the back garden. There wasn't. Oh, there wasn't. Surprise, surprise. I thought you was going to tell me there was one, you know. I knew that this girl in school who would say the N-word to black people to piss them off, she'd get into fights with them and beat them up a lot. She had hot. That's another thing Langer used to do. Langer used to use the N-word. I remember we went on a school trip. I could spend this whole stream telling you stories about Langer, right? We went on a school trip. Like we went to the synagogue in Nottingham, like the actual like proper synagogue, because we were learning about Judaism for RE, right? So it was a Jewish synagogue. They told us nobody is allowed to touch the Torah. So what does Langy do? He goes like that. He touches it. Oh man, dude was crazy. He was. God bless Langy, you know. Fury attacked a guy a foot shorter than him, about half his size, one to cross the road to avoid, but just a bully and a coward, not a hard man. Yeah, he's the kind of guy who would pick on someone smaller than him, but he wouldn't start on someone bigger who can actually fight. You know. Foreman and Povetkin. I'll go with Povetkin. Foreman might be stronger, but Povetkin would get inside, slip his punches, and he would do what Jimmy Young did. Catch him in between his shots and drop him, probably knock him out. So yeah, I'll go with Povetkin. Brian Norman stopped the German guy in 2. He ditched his dad and got a trainer. Great move. Yeah, that's a good thing then. God bless him. Nordic, can you please denounce racism? I absolutely, 100%. Oh, there's more to that comment. Racism, sexism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, so I know your channel is safe. I absolutely 100% denounce racism against white people. Don't be racist against white people. You're racist against anyone else. Don't be racist against white people. That's not cool. Okay. As for all that other stuff, I'm saying nothing. Some of those words are made up. Others are so overused, they've lost every significant meaning. Yeah. Any significant meaning, absolutely. There was a guy from Hong Kong in our year. He used to use the N-word when someone gave him the old fried egg rice prawn cracker. He wailed like a 3-year-old. That's funny. Yeah, some people can dish it out. They can't take it. See, I can dish it out. You know, and people can insult me all they want, and I don't like get offended by it. Like, I might step in and ask you to justify what it is that you've said, but I'm not going to get offended and start crying about it. That ain't my style, you know. I remember the Jake Paul versus Ben Askren fight. Ben was a wrestler. He had poor boxing skill. Yeah. Well, they wanted, Jake Paul wanted to get a win over an MMA guy, right? So they specifically targeted a guy who couldn't strike, who couldn't box, a guy who could only, you know, maybe quite strong, but could only wrestle, right? That's all Ben Askren was. He was a wrestler. He had no, to my knowledge, he didn't have any boxing experience. So that was just a total cherry pick, you know. Phobia is an irrational fear. It's not rational. It's not irrational to fear Islamists murdering your loved ones. Yeah, ain't that true? Ain't that true? We need to normalize and accept being sexist. These women are out of control. Right? So it's that point of the stream where we start talking about women and who would you rather do. It was inevitable, wasn't it? Took us 3 hours, but we got there. But as Christians, we shouldn't fear them. I don't fear any man. I don't fear any man whatsoever. Except for this guy, Evan Deere. He's odd, you know. And he doesn't like the Jays because he's so edgy and cool. The Jays, man. It's the Jays. They ruin everything, man. Yeah. And there's something so, like, basic bitch about, like, blaming Jews for all your problems, isn't it? That's just what, again, that's what the ultimate, like, child-brained internet edgelords do when they don't really know shit about anything. And they don't have any understanding of nuance, complex political situations, history. Just blame the Jews for everything, you know. My brain woke up the moment I heard the word woman. Yeah. You've been listening to this, boxing, Jews, all this other stuff. Like as soon as the word woman popped up, you're like, oh, hang on, we're to talk about women. Yeah. So what do you guys want to talk about in regards to women? What's gayer for what's a gayer car for a man to own a Mazda Miata or a Volkswagen Beetle? I actually don't know. I don't drive, so how would I know? I don't know shit about cars. I actually don't. Like, I want to drive one day, but actually, I don't know. I didn't know that those cars were considered gay. Um, have you seen Rupert Lowe, the guy who's against immigrants and Jews? He's not against Jews. Rupert Lowe supports Israel, and of course he should support Israel because Israel is the land of the chosen people. If the Jews are not in control of the land of Israel, biblical prophecy cannot be fulfilled. So, Shalom Israel. You know, if you're opposed to Zionism, then you are putting yourself in direct opposition with God. That's how you've been cooked and brainwashed and manipulated to think. You know, thankfully, Rupert Lowe isn't that brainwashed. You know. Now it's time for the degeneracy. Yeah, the degeneracy is in full swing now. It's getting going, isn't it? Does a woman stand a chance against a man in a street fight? Well, it depends. Like you could take Gina Carano, right, and put her on the street against Lange, and that would be an interesting fight, wouldn't it? Like you'd probably give Carano a decent chance, but your average woman against your average guy, woman's getting slept, in it. She's getting. I mean, maybe you put Jazza Dickens in the ring with or like in the street against like the world's strongest and hardest woman. Maybe you give her a chance. I don't know. Maybe she might break his jaw. Who knows? I had to laugh the other day when Reform UK fangirl Alex Phillip had a breakdown on Talk TV. She hasn't realised Reform are a dud yet. Nah, she'll figure it out eventually, won't she? We aren't voting our way out of this one. Well, you ain't doing nothing because, again, you are a reprobate and you're going to hell for opposing the chosen people. Listen, the chosen people own you. They own your mind. They own your balls, right? They own your women. You're cattle to them, as you know, which is your ultimate protection. Your projection. You are the cattle of the chosen people, right? You are the modern equivalent of the Egyptians. You know, you tried to exterminate the Jews, and you failed because they are God's ordained people, and they're protected spiritually. Shalom Israel. Unpopular opinion: women need to self-improve more than men. Well, but what does that even mean? Self-improve. What does that even mean, really? I don't get, like, self-improvement's one of them things people say. Does it just mean like cleaning your room and shit, you know, typical like Jordan Peterson shit? Or does it actually mean like, because I would argue that lifting weights, getting strong, you know, increasing your testosterone, improving your health, getting a good job, earning money, looking after your family, I'd say that that's self-improvement, I would say, you know. You remember that man who became a woman, then changed her mind to be a man again and changed it back. Typical bloody woman, yeah. Yeah, bloody woman can't stick to one agenda, can they? They can't just make their mind up, can they? They got to keep changing it. One thing is, South, is Mexicans don't fight one-on-one. I tried to fight this Mexican kid. His buddy stepped in. They probably learned that from blacks. You know, blacks like fighting 10-on-1, don't they? That's their thing, you know. Ronda Rousey versus Mayweather in a street fight. Do you know, probably Mayweather. Like, Ronda Rousey cannot fight. She's good at judo against like other girls who are her size, but she's not good at striking. Any fight where you're allowed to punch or kick and you can actually do those things, nah, no chance. Did Lange have any woman stories? Probably. Oh yeah, he need a woman in the vagina. Do you know, arguably, funnily enough, that girl who he need in the vagina, she was my first ever girlfriend. I dated her like 2 years after that. So Lange's knee got there before me. That's what part of the reason I find that funny, because I hate that bitch. You know, she dumped me for no reason. So yeah, I never got over that. So I'm thankful to Lange for like kneeing her in the vag and like messing her up a little bit. I'll always appreciate that. I kind of wish I did it myself, you know. Did you hear about Clarissa Shields' chimp out? Mate, which Clarissa Shields chimp out? All Clarissa Shields does is chimp out. All she ever does, oh man, you be there, man. You be there. Like, that's all I hear. All she does is chimp out incoherently. and do something illegal, which should send her to prison. Like how is Clarissa Shields not in prison? Oh yeah, because she's black and she's got the complexion for protection. The scary girl boss from my old work famously banjoed a line from the Christmas party. I was one of the few men she quite liked. Then I stopped being a beta cock and she didn't like me anymore. Yeah, she only liked you when you was a beta cock. That's a shame. You should read what the Torah says about you. Tell me what the Torah says about Jesus. Tell me. Post the scripture. I wouldn't know, of course, because I'm not one of the chosen people. I'm part of the body of Christ, which is different to the chosen people. You know, the chosen people have to inhabit and control the ordained land that was ordained to them by God. Right? God chose Mount Zion, which is His creation, to be the head of the kingdom of God when Jesus Christ returns. The Jews, and this is very clear in Scripture, have to be in control of that land when that happens. Okay, which is why every single society who tried to exterminate the Jews was destroyed, right? Back from the days of ancient Egypt till now. Okay, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. And I will not put myself in direct conflict with God. And I don't care what the Torah says because I don't believe in the Torah because I'm not a Jew. I'm a born again Christian. I believe in the Old and New Testament. I had this hilarious friend when I was 11. He pissed off this Mexican guy and he pulled out some sharp piece of metal. Then a bunch of Mexicans surrounded him, so he started spinning around with it. Spinning around so they don't get him. He's like, back off, back off. And that's funny. I hope he got away, man. I hope he did. To me, self-improvement is acknowledging your faults and trying to improve them. Yeah, like acknowledging I used to be fat. I used to be lazy. And then no longer being fat and lazy, you know. that's kind of it, isn't it? But there's more to it than that, you know. Do you remember the hilarious mate with the made-up sexual conquest stories? My mate had a story about four in a bedrock. Mate, I know a lot of guys who just used to constantly brag and go on constantly, oh, I banged all these women and blah, blah, blah. And they just, they always make shit up and it's just, they always exaggerate. That's what they do, you know. My dad never tells me never to date a lazy woman. I agree with that. Do not date a lazy woman. See if a woman is overweight, don't date her. Like a woman doesn't have to be like perfect, but if she's overweight, stay well clear because you know she has no discipline. She has no impulse control. Impulse control is very important for a person to have. A woman's fat, she ain't got no impulse control, you know. I'm not one to have celebrity crushes, but I had one. Gina Carano would be. She is a base Christian, which makes her more attractive. Yeah, Gina Carano is hot. I'm not gonna lie, she is. You ever seen like? Don't get me wrong, she still looks great, like for her age. But you ever seen in that movie, Blood and Bone? Have you ever seen her in that movie? I think that was her prime. I think the Anunnaki theory. It's a theory that ancient alien ancestors made certain humans superior due to having alien DNA. So it's like Yakub bullshit, like Scientology nonsense. It's kind of like that, isn't it? Some black people think blacks have Anunnaki DNA. It's similar to the black Hebrew Israelites that think all this nonsense, that a creature called Yakub created the white race and all that bollocks. Yeah, it's just nonsense, isn't it? I like my women classic, elegant, graceful in theory. Do such women exist? Asking for a friend. Nah, not anymore, they don't. Most women are skets now, aren't they? Seeing as it's playtime, who'd you call a Muslim who's also a lesbian? Minjita. That's quite funny. Minjita. The perfect woman for you doesn't exist, only in your mind. That's why they call it a dream wheel. Yeah, exactly. The perfect woman doesn't exist. Women are not perfect. They've all got flaws. Just like perfect man don't exist, except me, of course. I'm joking. India stands for idiots never do it correctly. That's funny. I always liked. Do you remember that title in boxing, the IBA? James Toney used to claim he was the IBA champion, and then people used to call it the "idiots believe anything" title. I used to think that was funny. The idiots believe anything title. That was brilliant. What else was it? What was that other thing I was thinking of? Yeah, NASA, not a space agency, or never a straight answer. Who's your favorite live action Batman? I like Michael Keaton as Batman. I don't think he was in the best movie. I think Batman Begins is the best Batman live action movie. But I think Michael Keaton was a better Batman as an actor, you know. I genuinely don't find small women attractive. They have to be normal height, under 5 foot. I'm not dating. Like, because does it make you feel like a nonce or whatever if you're dating a short girl? Because she looks like she might be a kid. Is that what it is? Yeah. I don't know. I could see why that's weird. I think the first girl I ever dated, the girl that Langy need in the vag, she was that bitch. That bitch broke up with me for no reason. I still pissed. I'm still seething about that bitch. I want to smack her. But yeah, she was only about 5 foot. She was very small. Every other like the other girls I've dated have been about my height or like slightly shorter. You know. So I don't know. Been a long ass time that. My job got outsourced to India. A part of it literally has never been done right since, and that was 3 months ago. Yeah. The most based Christian in Hollywood. Well, I know he's not technically in Hollywood, but I think that he used to be. Like the most based like actor Christian is probably Kevin Sorbo. Kevin Sorbo is totally based. Like, go and follow him on Twitter if you don't know what I'm on about. Mel Gibson's kind of based, but he also does a lot of ass kissing. Like, he also has to insult Nazis and he has to insult the Confederates just to convince people that he's not racist. He doesn't need to do that. You know, that's just cookery. It's cuckoldry, in my opinion. But he's kind of based. What do you think of the 2022 Batman movie? Never watched it. Then that's that one with bloody Robert Pattinson in it. Nah, not interested. I had enough of Batman films. They should have ended them years ago. My favorite was the DNA, National Dyslexical Association. Yeah, that's funny. I wish Beterbiev was Christian. He's one of my favorite boxers. Yeah, that's a shame. But again, he's Chechen, isn't he? And that place is run by like dickhead Muslims. So it's a shame. He's just a product of his environment. I hope that he becomes a born-again Christian eventually, you know, because he is a great fighter. But Beterbiev's a genetic freak as well, but he's also a super strong guy. Like, Beterbiev's strength is fascinating. Like, he does a lot of like Olympic lifts. Like, if you look at the way Beterbiev trains, he does a lot of power cleans and a lot of squats as well. Like, he's a really strong guy, and you can see with how handy he is on the inside, you know. After the fight with the Mexicans, the teacher took a sharp piece of metal, so I sold him a pumpkin carver I had. Yeah, that would help. That would help slash them if they get near you, innit? I don't know how many fights Shakur's had. I've actually no idea. I've not looked at his record, I don't think. How about the best Joker? Do you know, I think Heath Ledger's performance was slightly better as Joker, but I think Joaquin Phoenix got more screen time and more time to develop the character, so he was better in that sense. I just think that what little screen time Heath Ledger got was better and more interesting, certainly more intimidating. You know, like slashing Michael J. White. That was quite creepy, that scene. You know. Shakur can go up to heavyweight and KO Usyk. I wouldn't care. Nothing Shakur does is impressive by any means. And that's because you know his fights are fake. Like, they're obviously staged, you know. Look up the evil Hulk from the Incredible Hulk show. It looks like an angry Mel Gibson turned green. That's funny. Need to look that up. Interestingly, who else has seen the Mike Tyson opponent? Yeah. I've seen that. A lot of Mike Tyson's early fights were fixed. Even in his amateur days, guys took dives against him. It's that guy throwing uppercut. It goes like that, and the guy jumps up in the air, and it's ridiculous. Clearly fixed, you know. Shakur was surprisingly a good amateur. I think he had the ability with De Los Santos and a broken hand. Yeah, but his fights are clearly rigged sparring sessions. Like, look at his fight with Oscar Valdez. He barely even threw a punch. Same with that. What's that guy's name? Zepeda. Zepeda could knock Shakur out, in my opinion, in a real fight. He was hitting him all night. He just wasn't throwing with power, you know. I think you know why. YouTube's probably just deleting it automatically. Nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. Sorry. I like Jack Nicholson. Yeah, I like Jack Nicholson's Joker as well. I don't think he was the best Joker, but he was a good Joker. Heath Ledger, Mark Hamill, Joaquin Phoenix, Jared. Yeah, Jared Leto one was awful. He was just insufferable. I never saw that movie, that Suicide Squad movie. I didn't watch it. But yeah, Mandalorian and Grogu. Oh, that'll bomb. That'll bomb badly because they're deliberately antagonizing people by having the actor like kiss men on camera and just be a homo, and people just don't want to see that. You know, it's just that screw that movie. Look, Grogu got eaten by Lizzo. That was how the Mandal. I remember I saw that episode and no, I didn't see the episode. I saw a clip of it online where they introduced Lizzo, and she looked like Jabba the Hutt, and I was thinking, so Baby Yoda, Grogu got eaten by Lizzo, and that's how his story ended. That's so sad. Oh well, is what it is. Do you think Andrew Tate lost to Chase Dimore because he was a kickboxer, not a boxer? No, Andrew Tate lost because he's shit and because he has no defense. Even if you look at Andrew Tate's career, he leaned back like that, wide open for a right hand. All you have to do is rush him and throw a right hand. Like, if I fought Andrew Tate, I guarantee I'd drop him in like 30 seconds because I would just rush the guy and I'll just I'll throw like an overhand right, catch him. If I don't, bang, I'll throw like that Baz Rutten hook to the liver and just like that'll make him wince and wind him. And then I'll hit him with the right hand and drop him. Easy, you know. Andrew Tate has no defense. He has no idea what he's doing. What was the Muslim wrestler's finishing move? The body slam. The body slam. That's a good one. Do you come up with that yourself? That's quite good. That's a good one. He'll tear a wrist. Yeah. He'll tear a wrist. That's a good one. He'll tear a wrist. Remember, where did Saddam Hussein keep his CDs? In a rack. That's one of the dumbest ones, but it's quite funny, you know. I think Shakur's defense stats are fake. Guys like Usyk and Inoue definitely get hit more, even less than Shakur, while doing more damage in the ring. Clearly better boxers, yeah. Again, look at the Zepeda fight. Shakur was getting hit all night in that fight. He was getting hit constantly, you know. But they claim he's the greatest defense. They always say that about black guys. They say that about James Toney, and the guy can't speak. You ask James Toney a question, he's like that's like a typical James Toney interview because the guy's so punch drunk he can barely speak, can't string a sentence together. You know, Nicholson was great as the Ben Conal and A Few Good Men. That cross examination is one to read. Is that the one where he goes, "I want the truth. You can't handle the truth"? Am I thinking of that? I could be. Jack Nicholson in The Shining was indirectly hilarious at moments. You'd even see the movie, one of the creepiest. I've never seen The Shining. I've seen the clips of it, like the "Here's Johnny" and all that, but I've never actually seen the movie. It's still cut the first half off. All right, the first half of the joke. Yeah, YouTube does that, mate. Nothing I can do about it. It deletes comments all the time, you know. I remember a video where Andrew Tate said that blocking is bad. You shouldn't block. The best defense is to take a step off the line. How about both? That's what I would say, you know. Andrew Tate is clueless, mate. Like, taking fighting advice from Andrew Tate is really, really not a good idea because he had no defense. And his offense was his defense. Just his front kick was basically his defense. But if you can get past it and just bum rush him, there's nothing he can do. Can't fight inside. He can't avoid punches, you know, from close range. You know, I wish I could fight Andrew Tate because I would make it look so easy. You know, if I could fight him. You know, like Andrew Tate is really overrated. You know, Wilfred Benitez, what I've seen him, is pretty defensively sound. It's tragic seeing him now. Yeah, it is. Didn't end well, did he? Was a good boxer though before he fought Leonard, you know. Do you think Tate is light in the loafers? Man likes his tight pants. Possibly. Possibly, you know. Mate, who cares what Timothy Bradley said? Again, Timothy Bradley is, I've said this before, he's living off of the gift decision that he got against Pacquiao. Timothy Bradley is living off of that. Without that, he wouldn't be relevant. We wouldn't even remember him. He'd be in the same boat as Chad Dawson right now. Let's be honest, you know. And James Toney sounds like a mumble rapper. He's like, that's what James Toney's like. You can't make out a word. Like, I salute you if you can understand like 2 words of that sentence, you know. James Toney sounds like the kid off Ned's after John drops a breeze block on his head. Yeah. He's that brain damage, isn't he? Andrew Tate blocks punches with his face. Yeah. Again, his front kick is his only defense. If you can get by it, doesn't have much of a jab. You can walk him down and stop him, you know, if you've got the durability and the technical ability, you know. I've never seen that either. I have seen that one scene where the guy who played Darth Vader, David Prowse, I think his name is a strongman, is carrying a guy in a chair. Like, they actually carried the guy in the chair in that scene. That was real, apparently, because he was one of Britain's strongest men, the guy who played Darth Vader, David Prowse. I think he was a professional strongman at one point. Andrew Tate has just been appointed as Derek Chisora's new coach. Is that a joke? Surely. I believe Tate could have beaten Tony Jeffries. Do you know, I actually disagree. Like, Tony Jeffries wasn't that good, don't get me wrong, but he would beat Andrew Tate. Like, Tony Jeffries would knock out Andrew Tate, I think. Like, I think Matt Haney would have beaten Andrew Tate. Again, that guy I know who got knocked out by Tony Jeffries. I think he would beat Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is that bad. I honestly think Tony Jeffries would have won that fight. Bradley months back was saying that Crawford would beat Benavidez. No, mate. I know he beat his brother, but like, David Benavidez, way too big for Crawford. He'd knock him out. He'd beat him up and he'd knock him out. He would. Benavidez would win that easily. Tate is a hypocrite. He literally got booted out of Big Brother because of some sadomasochistic porn video he made, which was deemed too problematic for the producers. Yeah. When you're too problematic for Big Brother, you know there's a problem, don't you? Because that's the most degenerate show ever. James Toney said in an interview that Usyk is boring. Mate, James Toney is just a spastic. Like, the guy's a retard. He is. He's an absolute retard. Like, I don't know why anybody even listens to. He's so brain damaged that you wonder if he's just going to become a total vegetable at one point. And that's because he was the greatest defensive fighter ever. You know, he had the most skill. He the Philly style, man. He's so hard to hit, man. Oh, the AI videos. Oh, James Toney, man. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Oh, James Toney, man. He's so hard to hit, man. He would beat Usyk, man. He would beat the Klitschko, man. He couldn't beat John. He couldn't beat bloody Fraser Kendo, but he can beat the Klitschkos. Oh yeah, sure. Couldn't beat Dennis Lebedev, you know. My bin's overladen. That Andrew Tate is a thing, is a sign that we could be in the end times, a sign how messed up life has become. But again, I think he's been astroturfed. I think he was a CIA plant who was put out there by the establishment and promoted. You okay? That's what I think happened with Andrew. Are you making the salmon head?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm happy about that. How big is it? Let me see. Can I show that on my stream? Is it? Oh, that looks banging. That's amazing. Look what I'm about to have. Oh shit, I just dripped a bit of that on my laptop. Dripped a bit of salmon juice. Oh well, that's fine. But yeah, that's what I'm having to here. You may have. Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, Matt. And I don't think his following was organic. I think Andrew Tate was pushed out there by the CIA, and I think they propped him up to get to artificially create this idea that he was popular when he wasn't. You know, James Toney is so punch drunk and can barely speak. He was supposedly a defensive genius. Again, like, how is he a defensive genius when he got hit so much that by the age of 40, you could barely make out a word the guy said? But whereas you look at a guy like Sven Ottke, to this day, Sven Ottke had, again, 7 years, the guy had 34 fights, 21 title defenses. Most of them went 12 rounds. He's absolutely 100% coherent. You don't have a single issue understanding him. If you speak German, of course, you don't have a single issue understanding him. James Toney, like Sven Ottke speaks better English than James Toney because James Toney is that brain damaged. Khan versus Hatton, prime for. Do you know I would pick Hatton, and the reason why is stylistically Khan could not handle pressure, and Hatton had a great left hook. I think he'd get up on his chest. He'd maybe take a few shots on the way in, maybe lose a couple of rounds. Eventually, Hatton would get in. He'd spark him with a left hook. He'd knock him out, kind of like Danny Garcia did. I think it would be a similar fight, except might be over quicker. I'd go with Hatton inside 4 rounds by knockout. Andrew was beating the guy the first round, but then gas. Yeah, he had poor stamina. To be fair, he was 40 years old, Andrew. I don't think he was any good anyway in his prime, but he was 40 years old and took had no proper defense. And the guy he fought was an absolute bum. An absolute bum, let's be honest. I would beat that guy in the first round easily. Benavidez' hand speed at cruiserweight is frightening. If that Zerdo fight was real, he'll probably run that entire division. Yeah. So I don't know if the Zerdo fight was real. I think it was, but I don't know. But if it was, I rate Zerdo very highly, and I think Benavidez was very impressive that night in terms of how one-sided the fight was and how easily he broke down Zerdo and stopped him. Like, Benavidez is going to be a problem at cruiserweight, and I would probably pick him to beat Opetaya. I think Opetaya's more talented in the sense that Opetaya is more explosive and just more athletic. But Benavidez is so tough, so consistent, and is just a better fighter in general, if that makes sense, you know. Chase DeMiro guy. What is that? Is that the guy that Andrew Tate fought? I forgot. I don't know who that is. Sorry. Is that the guy Andrew Tate fought? I'm not sure. Yeah, that is him. I think. What do you call a 40-year-old Muslim virgin? Not Bin Laden. Did you see that meme I posted in one of my recent videos? And it was like this Muslim guy talking to this 5-year-old girl, and he says to her, like, the reason we don't have sex with 5-year-olds is because it's not in the hadith, and the hadith is not reliable. And then she starts running away. I thought that was funny. That's kind of a dark joke, that. I liked it though. Oh, it's funny. I love it as well, you know, on Twitter when the Muslims call David Wood a pedophile because he had sex with a 13-year-old when he was 18. And then David Wood just responds by posting, like, he posts Sahih Bukhari, and it's like, and the Prophet married Aisha at 6 and consummated the marriage at age 9. And then they just get all pissed off. He's like, so you're calling your Prophet a child rapist and all that. Oh, it's funny. James Toney was defensive and shit. Was the best defensive and shit. Who would you pick? Roy Jones Jr., who beat Ruiz, over the Toney who beat Ruiz? I would pick Roy over the Toney who beat Ruiz because Roy's foot movement and speed was just too much. He would have outmaneuvered Toney and won on points. Plus, he did a better job against Ruiz anyway than Toney did. Plus, I think Ruiz was a little bit better shape when he fought Roy than he was when he fought Toney, you know. James Toney had no business being a heavyweight. It was only because he's lazy and overindulgent. Yeah, he was a fat ass, and he was bulked up on steroids too. You know, he was a steroid heavyweight. My buddy got flown out to some famous Vegas gym to sort. He says he made it on Fight Hub. Oh, did he now? Awesome. I would love to go to one of those famous gyms and have a few gym wars. That'd be fun. I'd enjoy it. Getting whacked by 230-pound men was more than his physiology could take, yeah. And that's why he basically ran and spoiled all night to get through fights and still ended up with brain damage, you know? Apparently, while he was in Vegas, he sparred Devin Haney's younger brother. Oh, nice one. That's good if he's sparring with some well-known guys then, getting some experience. Salmon, always good. Oh, yeah, yeah. Always good. I love salmon. Jake LaMotta lived to 95 and would compete between middleweight and light heavyweight and spoke fine. Was it more than toughness? Yeah. Well, I think what that was is Jake LaMotta didn't get hit very cleanly in fights. Not very often. I know he took that one beating against Robinson in what I think was their 5th fight or something. But aside from that, he didn't get hit that cleanly. He was good at riding with shots, kind of like Usyk is. And he was great at getting inside and smothering his opponent's work. So Jake LaMotta was a bit better defensively than a lot of people think. Like he was very good at minimalizing shots and riding with them and countering his opponents in between their shots, you know. My buddy, he was very good at that. My buddy told me to change his wallpaper from Ryan standing over Haney, and he was scared Devin's brother would see it. Yeah. Yeah, Devin's brother might get triggered by that, innit? Do you know, I remember my mate telling me, my mate was telling me that you know that one of them pro guys I sparred with years ago in Nottingham. Apparently, he went to a training session with Ricky Hatton because they used to work together. They used to do PT sessions and that. And apparently, this was around about the time where Mayweather and Pacquiao fought the first time. And he had a Mayweather and Pacquiao T-shirt. And he was saying that apparently Ricky Hatton got pissed off at him and took the hump with him because he had a T-shirt with Mayweather and Pacquiao on it. And it was like he took the hump because he got knocked out by both of them. And I'm like, that's a bit weird, that, isn't it? Like, he must have been in a real bad mood that day and was just annoyed at seeing them, you know? The problem with the Philly shell is that it doesn't work against taller opponents. No way I'm blocking a right hand of someone who's 3 inches taller than me. Mate, did you see that video that I posted on my channel? It was called I Still Hate the Philly Shell. I was sparring with a guy who was about 6'2" or something. This guy might have even been taller. I remember I'm about 5'8", and this was when I was at Scott Harrison's gym, and I'd sparred with that guy a couple of times before. Like, I've got a few videos sparring with that same guy. He was like a karate guy who transitioned over to boxing. He was quite a good boxer. And I was trying to use the Philly shell, and he was just hitting me constantly, like with jabs and right hands. I just couldn't avoid his shots. But when I used the high guard, I was able to walk him down and get the better of him, you know? Sven Ottke was actually on Germany's I'm a Celeb. Yeah, he was. He was on Germany's version of I'm a Celeb. That's quite funny. That is quite funny. He's the oddest man in Germany. Yeah, Tony Bellew was on that as well in Britain, the British version. Tony Bellew that fought Usyk was his late 2000s James Toney. Toney on points in a very close fight. I think Bellew would have his moments, but I think Toney was tactically a little bit like he would get his tactics better. And he'd probably just outpoint him. It'd probably be quite similar to the Ruiz fight, maybe slightly more competitive. I'd probably go with James Toney in that fight, prime for prime. And when you say late 2000s Toney, is that I know he's not at his prime then. He's slightly past it. I think he'd still probably win. Like, if you look at Toney when he fought Damon Reed, for example, Damon Reed was a journeyman, but he was a lot bigger than Tony Bellew, probably hit harder. And Toney completely schooled him. So I think he probably would win at that stage of their career. So a little bit past his prime. He probably would win, probably. Would Benavidez beat Beterbiev now? Probably now. Like, Beterbiev 2 or 3 years ago, I'd favour to stop Benavidez. But Benavidez now would probably stop him or beat him on points, you know. Calzaghe admitted in 2008 interview Witter was a better fighter than Hatton. I think Witter was more skilled than Hatton. He had better technical skills. I think Hatton was a better athlete and a bigger puncher. Like, that would have been an interesting fight. I think Witter probably would have won, but I don't know if he'd have gotten the decision. Hatton might have gotten a gift just by being more active and being more popular. What does a Muslim with Parkinson's disease get? The shakes. Yeah, that's good. What's your favourite meat to eat? Probably fish. I'm having salmon tonight. My favourite meat is probably either salmon or trout. I love fish. Like tuna, salmon, trout. I love it. I love fish. Salmon, steak, and eggs. Yes. I love steak. I love eggs. I love salmon. I love any fish, basically. I'm looking forward to that salmon tonight. That's going to be nice. Salmon is an absolute treat. So is an omelette. Oh, I love an omelette. Would you having an omelette when you make? I usually have cheese and spring onion. That's what I normally have in an omelette. Sometimes just cheese. Oh, I love an omelette, man. Can Benavidez beat anyone at heavyweight? Well, I don't know if I'd favor him over the top guys. Like, I don't know if I'd favor him over like Usyk, Wardley, Caballel, Fury. Like, I don't think I'd favor it. Like, maybe even Rico would probably beat him, but against someone like Dave Allen, he'd probably beat Dave Allen. He'd probably beat Chisora now. I guess like the lower tier heavyweight contenders, I'd probably favor him. It would be interesting to see him fight Moses Italma. Moses Italma right now versus David Benavidez right now. That'd be a very interesting fight. I'd probably favor Benavidez. He's just far more proven, and he's probably naturally about the same size. Don't think he's bigger, but naturally about the same size, you know? He probably would win it. I was thinking that Dubois should fight Parker next. It's only right because Dubois owes him and Parker got robbed with that Wardley fight being stopped prematurely. Yeah. And Dubois bottled that fight, in my opinion, against Parker. I think Dubois backed out of it because he knew he couldn't win. So, yeah, I think Dubois versus Parker makes perfect sense. I do. I think that makes perfect sense, you know. I had myself a nice bulking meal the other night with a nice T-bone steak over easy eggs and potato. Oh, yummy. I love a T-bone steak. I've not had one in a while. I love just like picking the bone as well and on a T-bone steak. It's lovely. Steak and eggs, man. That's what it... See, because I'm lifting nowadays as well. Like, I'm lifting like every other day. I've got no inhibition with eating meat now. Like, I'll eat as much protein as I want. And it's fine because I'm doing my compound lifts, so I need it for recovery. I've got the perfect excuse to eat a crazy amount of meat. You know, I love meat. I do. Sorry, no, I could not be on. I had issues. Andrew Wilson, fake alpha. David Wood owns the Ortho Bros. And Hijab admitted Christians make better countries. Well, of course he did, because Christians want to live. I mean, Muslims want to live in Christian countries. So obviously Christians make better countries. Obviously. That goes without saying, you know. Anyone that denies that's lying, you know. Ricky Hatton actually said years back in a house tour that his favourite room, the bar, that he could die in that room, and that's where they found him hanging, apparently. Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? So sad. But again, the whole thing with Ricky Hatton, it was sad, but it wasn't unexpected, was it? Like, it was weird because I remember that couple of weeks that happened. So Charlie Kirk got murdered, and that was a big shock because of how it happened, because of like how sudden, unexpected it was, and how it was just so unjustified. He didn't deserve that. And then a couple of weeks or so, whatever it was later, when Ricky Hatton died, I felt nothing. Like, I honestly, even though it was sad, I felt nothing because I'm like, Ricky Hatton, let's be perfectly, like, no disrespect to the guy, he had problems. He didn't help himself, did he? The guy had every opportunity to get help, to sort his shit out, and he just didn't do it because the guy just didn't care. He didn't want help, and his wife, his kids, like his family, wasn't enough, and all the support system he had wasn't enough to motivate him to sort himself out. And he just died like that in pretty pathetic fashion. You know, went out like a bitch, if truth be told, right? A guy like Charlie Kirk, family man, you know, sober, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't use profanity, doesn't abuse anybody, you know, loved his wife and kids. Great example, great role model. To be murdered like that in front of people, it was just there's no justice in a situation like that. So when hearing that Ricky Hatton died, like my initial reaction to it was, well, it was to be expected. What did he think was going to happen? You know, it's just that's I really felt like that Charlie Kirk murder put life and death for me in perspective. I see life and death a little bit differently now. You know, after that situation, Frank Warren actually stated that because of Witter's negative performances, Sky lost interest in the fight and wouldn't have been as big attraction. UK's fans said, yeah, that's the reason Ricky Hatton gave for why he didn't fight Witter. And I could see why, to be perfectly honest, because Witter was a boring fighter. Like, he was a good fighter, but he was boring, like boring to watch, and that would have lessened the appeal of the sport, in the country. The autopsy couldn't actually determine if it was suicide or not. Definitely said that he had CTE. Well, I mean, he was knocked out several times and he took a lot of punches, so it wouldn't surprise me. Plus, a lot of fighters get CTE from sparring and from weight training over the years, You think Benavidez would get beaten by Italma? I disagree. I would favor Italma in that fight. Sorry, I would favor Benavidez personally. Stylistically, I think that fight suits him, Notice how Parker got taken off the ring rankings. The boxing world just completely forgot about him. Personally, I think Parker has the best chance of beating Usyk. Well, stylistically, I give Parker a better chance than Dubois. But I give Fabio a better chance against Usyk than Parker. Yeah. I said that earlier. I thought Fabio, because I was confidently picking Fabio to beat Dubois. And I feel like he just got his tactics wrong. I think if you watch the fight, you can see why I thought he was going to win, because he had the ability to do it physically. He just didn't get the tactics right. His tactics were shocking in the fight, if truth be told. I don't know what he was thinking. It was like Joe Joyce against Chisora. What was he thinking? Benavidez would take out Dillian White and Derek Chisora. Yeah, he would beat them now, I think. Not at their prime, probably, but he'd beat them now, I think. The thing with Italma is he's never been under considerable stress or even lost a minute of a round. We'll find out about Italma when he loses a round or two somewhere, yeah. I mean, stick Italma in with Makhmudov or Zhang, a big guy who can punch, and let's see how he looks then. I mean, we'll see what it's like there. No, I didn't see Mohamed Ajab with Bart Ehrman. I didn't see that, no. What's a Muslim's favourite snack bar? Alhu snack bar. Alhu Akbar. Alhu snack bar. George Foreman, Ricky Hatton death. Which are you? Well, I mean, the George Foreman one was sad, but with George Foreman, he was 75 or something, so he'd lived a good life, and it was just at that age when you could go at any time. Ricky Hatton, it wasn't, like I said earlier, it wasn't unexpected because the guy was a junkie, an alkie, prioritized his addictions over his family, let's be honest, which is sad. It's sad to think about, but it's not, it wasn't unexpected, is all I'm saying. Hatton could have sold out a football stadium on his own. Sound like Ricky didn't want to give Witter 1.5 million payday. Yeah, that's probably true because Witter had a title, so he probably would have been entitled to the pay or to a large percentage of the pay, Contractually, he would have gotten a lot of pay for it, Benavidez beat Joe Joyce. Not Joe Joyce in his prime, but he would beat Joe Joyce now, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it was just old age with George Foreman. Again, he was in his 70s. I think he was 75. At that age, your heart can give out on you, A Muslim dinner, a snack bar. That's funny. Do you know Dominic Barry, cruiserweight, lives in my... I've heard the name. I don't know him, though. The name rings a bell, though. Boomers lying about being poor when they afford housing and boats to avoid helping their families, yeah. A lot of boomers are like that. They just screw over their own flesh and blood. If Fabio changed his punches, he would have connected Dubois again and used the uppercut. He landed, he was landing the uppercut and he was landing the overhand right, but he needed to use his lead hand more because when he scored that knockdown in the first round, he scored it by setting it up with his lead hand. So why didn't he do that from that point on? It reminded me, and this, I wanted to talk about this at the time. I didn't have the time to do it though. It reminded me of, do you remember when David Haye fought John Ruiz? And he caught John Ruiz with a perfectly timed, well-placed right hand early in the first round, a straight right hand from long range, and dropped him. And then for the rest of the fight, David Haye was just swinging like a madman and rabbit punching and missing and clinching and just manhandling and wrestling. And I felt watching that fight, if David Haye just took a backward step and measured with the lead hand and kept throwing the straight right hand, he would have gotten him out of there in a couple of rounds. But he allowed John Ruiz to spoil his way later into the fight. And I'm like, that was similar to Fabio. Like he allowed Daniel Dubois to get back in the fight by not doing what got him the success in the first round, That Erica Kirk seems a bit, mate. But does she really though, or are you just saying that because everyone else says it? Because everybody keeps saying Erica Kirk is cuckoo, and I keep asking for an example of this, and they say, "Oh, the behavior," and I'm like, "What behavior?" And no one can tell me. Nobody's been able. I've had this conversation with people. What is it about Erica Kirk that's cuckoo? What's strange? Oh, she acts strange sometimes, or she act. I'm like, well, she's a grieving widow. So how does a grieving widow act? How does a widow act when a husband is murdered? How do they act? Do they act like the most rational, level-headed people on the planet, or do they act a bit crazy? Like, you tell me. I think you're just saying that because everybody else is saying it. I don't think you. I don't think you have any way of justifying it. Yeah, how's it going, Wayne? God bless you. I think Italma should fight Sanchez. That's a good fight. Good fight. A good test for him at this stage. And he could lose that, you know. Man, when Dubois went down the second time, I honestly thought Fabio was a flurry away from winning. Barely threw a punch the next 20 seconds. Yeah, and when he did throw punches, he let Dubois recover because he wasn't setting up the punches with jabs and feints. I don't understand what he was playing at. It was a stupid performance. Again, it reminded me of Joe Joyce against Chisora. Stupid performance. I've never watched Ben Whittaker fight, and he looks like a bum to me. Not interested in him. I won't watch him until he loses, and then I'll watch him. They've got women's cricket at the top of BBC page. Women's cricket. Oh man, wish they'd knock it out. Yeah, who watches women's cricket? Seriously. Fabio landed the uppercut. It was when he threw the uppercut, it landed. Same with Fury against Usyk. Yeah. Fury landed some good uppercuts. I think Usyk adjusted to it, and he landed good uppercuts on Rico, as we talked about earlier. You know. Yeah, he wasn't far off with a lot of his shots, was he? Yeah, Fabio could win the rematch, but that first fight is going to have taken a lot out of him. So I don't know if he's going to be the same again. To be honest, that was a potentially career-ending beating. You know. Dubois took a knee, but it allowed him to recover. Again, Fight Scout was talking about this, and he was right in his review for the fight. Dubois taking a knee, yeah, it's kind of cowardly, but it's also a wise tactical move because he knows the fight ain't probably going to go the distance. So he's going to take a knee, take the count, recover, try and win by knockout, and that was what he did ultimately. You know, yeah, just leave Erica Kirk alone, honestly. Again, it's these dumb Israel-hating reprobate groypers. They're the ones that are attacking Erica. And the leftist scum. Those are just demon-possessed scumbags. Just leave Erica Kirk alone. Let her mourn her husband, you know. David Hayes was an absolute charlatan. Clearly learned marketing and salesman stuff off Audley. Yeah, true. He talked a good game, didn't he? Ruiz was old and short. Audley had a breakdown on fight night, yeah. But like I was saying, though, I think Hay could have stopped Ruiz earlier if he just kept throwing right hands and measuring with his lead hand. I think he performed very poorly from a tactical point of view. He could have made that fight so much easier. That was what Fabio Wardley's performance kind of reminded me of, you know, except a lot worse, in my opinion, you know. The guy who KO'd Richard Torres, I don't know. I forgot the name. Yeah, Sanchez, that's him. He's not a very good fighter. Neither one of them are. Women's cricket's one of the better women's sports. Still trash. Better compared to boxing, yeah. Women's boxing's insufferable. Women's boxing's literally the worst sport, though. Worse than soccer, cricket, rugby. I've never seen a racist groiper outside the house in the USA. I wonder, because maybe they get their asses kicked and some of them even did blackface, yeah. Just finished an 11-hour shift. How is everyone doing? Yeah, how you doing, Apology? Good to see you here, man. God bless you. Yeah. I got the day off, thank God. Got a long shift tomorrow, though. No, I've got a 5-hour or a 6-hour shift tomorrow. Then I've got a long-ass shift the day after, which will probably be, I don't know, they'll probably give me 2 shifts. It's Candice Owens who attacks Erica Kirk. Not surprisingly, groypers. Nick says nothing negative against Erica. Yeah, I know. Nick hasn't insulted Erica, I don't think. But Candice has been telling just total lies. Like, Candice is just an absolute degenerate. And she's a race mixer as well. Who would have thought, eh? But like Candice is, I literally think she's just insane. I think she's a stupid Shaniqua who got famous because she's again like the mainstream conservative movement's token black woman, and she's a perfect example of why women should just stay out of politics. Why women belong in the kitchen and they don't belong anywhere near politics. She's just crazy, and nothing she says makes any sense. And she yo-yos all the time and has stupid mood swings. I think she's boring. Most powerful counter to the left, I don't care. They say I don't care like Rupert. Look, well, yeah, I've been saying that for over a decade. They call me racist. I don't care. They call me a homophobe or Islamophobe. I say I don't care. And what? What are you gonna do about it, bitch? Do something. The Groiper playbook. Blame the Jays, race mixers, and follow a catboy lover. Yeah, follow some twink who tells you that it's gay to date women. Yeah, that's your father figure. That's your Tyler Durden figure, isn't it? That guy. I've talked about this numerous times. I think Vladimir Klitschko has the perfect attributes to give Usyk a lot of problems, and because Vladimir is a great long range boxer, one punch knockout artist, physically very strong, and he's got great defense and he can counterpunch. Usyk's probably better technically, but I think Vladimir would eventually get to him with his jab, and I don't know if he'd stop him. I think Vladimir would out wrestle him inside, tire him out, break him down, and just win on points. I would favour Vladimir at his prime, but it'd be one of his toughest fights, I think. Yeah, Benavidez versus Bacoli now would be an interesting fight because Bacoli's often out of shape, you know, so Benavidez could beat him. And she didn't seem that sad. He got killed, mate. What do you mean she didn't seem that sad? Mate, she stood on stage crying her eyes out hysterically, talking about how he's with Jesus now, and she's going to continue his legacy. Like, what do you want her to do? Do you want her to like dress like the Nazgul, the ring raves, and go all pale white and never smile again, never be happy again? Bow her head in shame and sorrow for the rest of her life. Is that how a grieving widow is supposed to act? And when you say, "Oh, it's all quite fishy," again, you're just saying that because everyone else is saying it. You've got no reason to think that. Again, deep ties to defense intelligence. So what? So what if she's got deep ties to defense? What does that mean about anything? Why does that mean that she's behaving strange and she doesn't care that her husband died? Like she's a single mother to 2 kids. Of course she cares that her husband died. Of course she does, you know. Yeah, I eat some sort of protein in every meal. So let's say if I have pasta, I'll have tuna with it. So I have meat with every one of my meals, pretty much. Tradwife said she was wanting to buy KFC, but she realised she was blackface. That tells you everything she needs. You knows it's messed up and insulting, yeah. Not to be a degenerate, but watching women's long jump is a lot more enjoyable than watching women's boxing. I can imagine women's mud wrestling would be quite enjoyable, you know. Like, for example, Gina Carano, you could, like, teach her a few wrestling moves and all that. Be interesting to see how this Makersfield election goes. I have a feeling we'll get a surprise result. Labour will lose the seat. Do you know, I could see that too, because Labour's is like least popular that it's ever been, you know. Ben Shapiro, that's good. You know, that's good. He's going down. He needs to bugger off. Side note, the verse you mentioned in the last stream was Exodus 22, 22, 24. God doesn't play around. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. There's so much wisdom in scripture, you know. Women's tennis would be great if the pretty one didn't always lose to the moose. True story, yeah. I don't watch women's tennis. I wouldn't know. Yeah, I think stylistically and in terms of attributes, Vlad had the best chance of beating Usyk. I do. A lot of boxers aren't the brightest for obvious reasons. Who are some famous pros you actually think are intelligent? Usyk's obviously supremely intelligent. Try to think of something else. Because again, a lot of fighters are idiots. Like Josh Taylor was a great fighter, but he's an absolute idiot. Ricky Hatton was an absolute idiot. Amir Khan was an idiot. David Haye is quite smart. Like you were talking about, was it you that mentioned earlier? David Haye probably has like marketing skills. Like David Haye seems quite intelligent to me. Tyson Fury seems quite intelligent when he's not having like mood swings. He's quite savvy, you know. Anthony Joshua seems like an absolute moron. Dubois seems like an absolute moron. Lomachenko seems like a moron to me. Golovkin seems like a moron. Manny Pacquiao seems very intelligent. I think Manny Pacquiao is supremely intelligent. He's a smart guy. He is, compared to most fighters. I'm trying to think of who else. Again, stereotypically, boxers are not that intelligent, but some of them are, you know. Vladimir Klitschko was quite intelligent, to be fair. It's hard to really say, you know. Watched the Matt Walsh video debunking Erica. Yeah, I've seen a lot of his stuff on Twitter about it. There's a lot of stupid theories about Erica Kirk that are just ridiculous. Yeah, never attack a dead man's wife. Again, that's the Bible verse we were talking about that Apology brought up. You know, God will kill you. He will kill you with the sword if you attack a dead man's wife. So do not put yourself, like I was saying earlier, do not put yourself in direct opposition with God. Do you know what? I'm actually gonna, because my King James Bible's here, right? But I'm just for time's sake, I'll probably Google it, right? Wait there. Let me Google Exodus just to bring it up, right? Let me wait there. I'm at a weird angle here for typing. 24. Because I forget the exact wording of it. All right, here it is. Right, this is the quote. You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any way, and they cry to me at all, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath will become hot, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. Bear that in mind when you slander Erica Kirk. Bear that passage from Scripture in mind to the best of your ability, okay? Don't mess around. Don't mess around with God, okay? Don't put yourself in direct opposition with God. I think Vitaly would be harder for Usyk than Vlad. I actually disagree, personally. Usyk talk about how awkwardness would have been a problem. I think Usyk would beat both Vitaly, but I disagree because, in my opinion, Usyk would be able to get under Vitaly's shots and land to the body, which would be much harder to do with Vlad because of how he holds his arms. And plus, Vitaly wasn't as strong in the clinch as Vladimir. Now, I do think Vitaly would give him problems, but I think Usyk would win pretty clearly on points. I think he would give Vladimir problems too, but I think Vladimir would win on points. I think he'd get the better of him. The strength and inside clinching ability might be the best, you know. I mean, maybe she shouldn't have done the press conference in hindsight, knowing how. Yeah, she probably. Erica Kirk should have just put a hood on and dressed like the Nazgul and just hung her head in shame for the rest of her life, innit? Then these idiots on the internet, these groypers, would have nothing to criticize, you know. Yeah, some idiot did whiteface to resemble Erica Kirk. Yeah, Hatman's mental breakdown when over Klitschko, that was hilarious, wasn't it? Christianity is based. Yep. Yes, it is indeed. You heard it here. Trouble with women's mud wrestling. None of the women you'd like to take part ever do. All the best mud wrestlers all look like men, or so I'm told. I've never actually watched mud wrestling, weirdly enough. Might enjoy it. I think Usyk has a degree in psychology. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, actually. He would make a good sports psychology. I think Vladimir has a PhD in sports science, which, again, you could tell based on he had like the perfect athleticism, didn't he? Jesus was the most base person to ever walk the earth. He was, absolutely, because he was God in the flesh, you know. Yeah, Amir Khan is thick as a whale. Omelette. His interview transcripts were in crayon. Audley got a degree while in the Offenders Institute in the early 20s. Probably a useless degree. Do you remember Amir Khan when he was on that Beat the Star show? Kawasaki went on that as well. And there's a bit where they get asked questions and they showed a picture of Daniel Radcliffe and like, who is this? And Amir Khan goes, it's Harry Potter. It's Harry Potter. Like he actually called him Harry Potter. That was funny. Vitaly was harder Klitschko to face. Vlad, there was a still of hope. He was a bit vulnerable, yeah. But I think Vlad was stronger and he had a better jab and his long range lead hand control was better. I think that would have been a problem against Usyk and his ability to clinch. Vitaly didn't really clinch much. Vladimir did. If Russia and Ukraine sign peace, they will fight again. Yeah, they'll fight sometime in the future, won't they? A master's degree in psychology. Ah, that makes sense then, doesn't it? A degree in physical culture. Yeah, fake Christians attacking Erica. Oh, she's acting very strange. Yeah. Look, see if your spouse gets like blown away right in front of you and you end up having to raise your kid yourself. We'll see how strange you act. We'll see how like we'll see how rational and level-headed you are. That Bible passage needs Samuel L. Jackson reading it out. Povetkin would have a puncher's chance. I think Usyk would outbox him, though, personally. Anyway, guys, on that note, my salmon's nearly ready. We've been going for nearly 4.5 hours. Thanks to everybody who stopped by. God bless each and every one of you. Try and get another one of these before too long. I've still got that Chad Dawson video to finish. I've got the audio for that. I just need to edit the footage together. I can do that. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks, guys. And yeah, Erica Kirk does seem like a strong woman, the way she's handling it. We'll end the stream on that. Thanks for watching. God bless. Oh, and remember, Shalom Israel. God bless.